you spell that?
I ran that too.
So we can keep going.
That is part of the trail, the part that goes up Bridge Drive on this trail. I like to see it on that side or on the other side. Probably on that side. On this side. The other side. We all know it's basic city on to the road and the other side. On the opposite side.
Senior overlay before on that.
Well, what it did,
She's not gonna be here
when you
tonight.
download, like I've got a download, it shows up everything that's gonna be downloaded on here. Except when I go to download pictures.
That's why it's been here, so I've been running through it. In previous, but is there anything else?
How does that happen?
Because I'm not even, I'm just keeping it. I'm downloading and keeping it. Somebody has a question.
Oh, I thought you meant I downloaded it to send to you guys, we're sending.
Taking a survey.
It came through.
No, I was gonna print it out, printed some other things out, and then I said that they have rainbow paper. It's gotta be right. So I did a. I don't know.
Yeah. So the attachments. Any attachments. If you go to the state website, you can download any attachments.
No.
Yeah.
I use story type.
Lying, because Nelson's our agent.
I got a call from Kelly, we were gonna, yeah, Cheryl's here, Bridget's here. Oh, by the way, yeah, she won't be on there. I figured that. I knew we had these learned out.
There's a trail.
I knew what was going on.
Well, I was trying to get like, so I could.
And I did go walk this
Because we drove down together and we had our car, and that's the car.
trail would be behind the house.
Some short, when we
It's
filed,
private property now. That road already goes through. And they have already on the trail.
You've been downloading.
I know I felt bad, I felt bad, but then.
I think that there's a lot of bike track up here. That would be one of them.
Just because they're
See if we can work through or see what else.
Yeah.
It was 300 people, so they're probably still trying to connect.
I know the trail on Saturdays, that was my dad's birthday. There's no rental
Always mileage, part of the idea of that party just to give you access.
Yeah, I think that works.
This day today, some days are good days. My eyesight's not So was this coming from outside the It's gonna take 2 hours.
Just me.
See a mayor out there, or did he run?
last few days.
Take advantage of
It's not that long to do.
When the elections are over.
So we can have our own fire support back together.
Hey.
Oh, wait, wait.
Here it comes. I just said
Actually.
Be quick, meeting. This is like a 30-minute meeting, right? It's gonna be real quick.
It was so started.
exhausting. It was exhausting.
I will start with an apology for being late. I think it's the first time in 4 years I've been late.
Yeah.
And it's my fault.
No, never.
Either way, we'll get started with our city council work session agenda item. To start with, it is a long agenda because we have backed up two things for two city councils. One of them because a couple things weren't quite prepared, another one because there was only two council persons who could have been here. And that would have been a little bit late. So we have sent out to the council the entire, all of the information. It's always available on the state website, and which you can get a link to from the city's website. And so the council should have had a chance to look through here, and I'm gonna go through things quite quickly. And if there are things that need to be discussed, that the council wants to bring forward, that's kind of the way we'd like to do it. So we're gonna start first of all with the agenda format change, and that's just simply this: instead of asking the council to report on those areas of their assignments, that's more of an administrative responsibility anyway. And so what we're going to do is ask each of the department heads to make those reports, and then encourage the council to be in touch with those members of our city staff that you have concerns for, and we'll bring those things together ahead of time. And then, of course, as there's discussion and questions as they make those presentations. So that is what the format change is going to be. And I think it will be more efficient, and I think it's more appropriate with the way this city government is supposed to work anyway. Next, we're going to turn the time over to Chief Wade. We asked him some months ago, would he give us a report of the fire and EMS for our city?
First of all, thanks, Mayor, for letting me, well, it wasn't really letting me, it was, you're eager. One of those volunteer.
Demanding.
It's totally fine, no, it's fine.
Mandatory.
Yeah, mandatory, exactly. Since the purchase of the ambulance, I've taken a little bit of a beating on social media about that, and, which is no problem. I think some of those folks need to come to council meeting from time to time, so they really know what's going on. But ever since I was appointed as the fire chief, many years ago, probably about 18 years ago or whatever, everything I've tried to do has been to improve emergency services for the city, for the people, for everybody. Any people running in and out of our city or just coming through travel. And so one of those first major milestones that I did was actually get the city rated through ISO, which that immediately dropped insurance rates for everybody by about half. And that was done back in 93, I think 95, something like that. So ever since then, next slide. Ever since then, I've been goal oriented, and these are the goals. I think you've all seen this. It's been emailed out. The milestones that we have in our first 15 years that I've been in the fire department and I'm as the chief is our new engine. I don't know if those of you that remember before, we had a lot of old derelict stuff that just kept really killing us for money. We also implemented our first responder unit, and we now, at the end of that 15 years, we now have a station remodel. So that's been one of our goals for a long time, so I appreciate all the support in the council over the past couple of years to make that happen. That's really been a big boon to the city. moving on, next slide. Moving on, over for the next 10 years, these are a list of things that I would like to also get accomplished for the city. Now, many of these are gonna take a lot less than 10 years, and I hope to have probably the first half of this list done within the first year. But there's gonna be some additional things that are gonna have to happen over time. A milestone on this list is basic ambulance service started. We know that medical and emergency services are here to stay. We have a choice of how we're gonna pay for that, and it makes sense to have us do it as a city versus not, because the costs more than triple the other way. Our growth benefit, if we maintain our ISO, maintain where we're currently at, which we are still a 5 after our rating this last summer, we're able to keep our insurance rates basically low. If we were to drop that and go away from that, insurance rates on every individual in the city and every homeowner would double. The ambulance transport costs, currently, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to take an ambulance ride down to the hospital. It runs between $1,600 and $1,800 a trip. So that's a pretty good expense for a 40-minute round trip ride. With the fire department being able to provide that, we can actually cut that cost to around $900. And that's just a city recommendation, but we can kind of set the rates as we want. Yes,
What's
go
the
ahead.
going health insurance rate that they pay? Because even if you charge
You're right.
$1,800, what does insurance actually pay? And I know it varies,
That varies.
it
does.
varies per insurance, but do you know what the average is?
I do not know. I know that right now they are talking about you collect about 60% of what you bill. Now, that is an estimate at best, and the part of that is the estimates that I received those information numbers from have not been from people that have actually been, or had a medical service billing for them. So that increases your ability to collect more back on those ambulance rates as well. So hopefully that will, offset some of that. But if with 60% of that, if you're collecting that, you're gonna collect $600 per call. All right. The ambulance revenue, with projected last year, we ran about 35 calls that were ambulance related. It could account for 20 to 25% of the fire department budget. So that could be a positive for the future. With that. Next slide. The projected growth and projected things for the fire department, with the growth of the city, with the size of buildings that we're gonna have coming in, with the number of homes we've got coming in, we're gonna come to a point where we're gonna go across the line of needing a second engine. That's just natural to maintain our ISO rating. It costs for a new engine is another $750,000 plus outfitting it if you go new. Now, it doesn't cost that much. I went worst case scenario on this.
So Seth, I had a
yes,
question on
Go
that.
ahead.
At what point are we required to get a new engine?
That's what I've got to go determine where we're at. We were told when we did our ISO rating this last summer that we were right borderline now. So with we could have gone across with the increase of the assisted living center already, with the increase in size. I don't know. I know with another church, we're probably going to be in that boat as well. With a school, we're definitely going to go over. With the number of homes that are going to be going in, we're going to be crossing that line. And I would hate to have us get behind. That's going to change ratings as we go down the road if we don't prepare for that.
Right. Well, that's why I'd like to know exactly like house numbers or
Sure.
size of building, exactly where we're at, so we know how much development can happen before we as a city have to incur this bill.
Okay, I can get that information and get back with you on that, and I'm happy to do that.
That'd be great.
All
Thank
right,
you.
you bet. With the budget increase for the fire department, if we can plan for that, that helps us put money aside in capital projects. And that's how we've been able to keep up with things in the past, is through that savings plan. Able to put a dollar amount away every year and over time pay for things. That's how we were able to buy the ambulance, is through that program. We still have money saved, we still have money set aside to do other things with the department that's gonna benefit the city the most. And these things are just so we can keep up. So, I mean, if we were to stay right where we're at right now, we're gonna fall behind really quickly. So it's something we really need to look at citywide to keep where we're at. Next slide. The next one is the projected growth. I'm basically talking about the revenue here, which we kind of talked about a couple of minutes ago. With using of a billing service, that helps us also with our collection rates. So hopefully that will be able to get that up a little higher than 60%. And a lot of that also is like the Medicaid piece comes into play, there's a whole bunch of different factors. And when I contacted these outside companies, they actually recommend to do that because they do it every day, they know all the rules, we don't have to train additional personnel to do that. And other departments that I've talked to have actually taken their people off the payroll and transferred all their stuff to these building facilities so that they don't have to worry about it. And they're able to keep up with it a lot quicker than having somebody that just does it once or twice a month or once a week. So it works out really well. Our call volume is increasing. I mean, we ran about 55 calls last year, 35 of those roughly medical. The rest were fire-related calls, whether fire or alarms, stuff like that. So it's increasing, and just with the number of homes, it's gonna go up as well as that continues to grow. We just need to remember that emergency services are part of our lives now. It's the way it is. It's a necessary evil, if you wanna call it that. It's our society, the way we are, the way people want to demand the 911 and somebody to show up. We can pay for it as a city and keep the cost low by having a department, or we cannot. It's up to us. We're gonna pay the cost one way or the other. It's how we wanna keep that cost low. And as we organize and just plan for the future, we're gonna be able to stay ahead of that and keep it as low as we possibly can with what we've got to go. Any questions?
Now, just a compliment, well done, and you have done an exceptional job. I think if we, as you're getting information together, one thing that I think we would need to get is see, so for our own information, see what the difference is between an ISO 5 and an ISO 4, or whatever it would change to. There. Five's probably.
By chance, no one else around the top of your head where you're dealing?
I ran the figures on my own house. If I went from a 5 to a 6, which is like the next level up, it would almost double my rate.
It would reduce your rate.
No, if you go from a 5 to a 6,
Oh,
it'll
5
The
double.
higher the
6.
number, the lower the
The lower,
service.
okay.
And
So it advises.
Nine being no services at all, 5 being middle of the road. I don't think we can
Okay.
actually get any better than 5 because we don't have any commercial business
Yeah,
to speak of.
yeah.
And we don't have a lot of large buildings that would require additional trucks and stuff like that. So I don't know about actually getting to 4. I was told by the ISO rep that we probably would never be able to get to a 4,
Okay.
just because of our situation, the community that we have.
And so it's a 6.
Yeah, well, right now we're at a 5, but I've never seen a city of our size
That
below a
wasn't
5.
a 5.
5 is as good as you're gonna get unless we have full-time ladder trucks.
Right. There's a lot of different
Lots of
factors
things
that we
that
would
we
never
have.
meet.
I know that makes a huge difference on the premium,
Yeah.
and everybody will be concerned, with that, when you pay, $700, $800, $1,000 a year, you double
Yes.
that.
Brian?
Seth, what is the plan for the ambulance? How soon is that gonna be?
It's in, well, we can't transport, we're using it now and have been for the last couple, I think 2.5 months now. We've run multiple calls in it, we use it right now to get our people to the call. It's out there visible in the community, it's going. We just can't transport, that's an additional license.
That's what I'm asking.
We need additional people. We're doing a big recruiting push right now. We've had 3 people join the department in the last 2 months, month and a half. 3 of those, actually 4 people, sorry, and 3 of those are EMTs. But we've gotta get them trained, and the next class starts in January. And so we've gotta get those people through school, get them licensed, and get it all going.
So what's the plan in terms of, what do you foresee as the date this goes online for transport?
Well, I would suspect we're gonna need probably 8 or 9 more people, but it's the daytime coverage that's gonna hurt. That's the critical piece, because we've gotta be able to cover 24/7, and to run an ambulance, we have to have 2 people, a driver and an EMT with the patient. Now, that's 24/7, and the state also wants us to show that we can have some redundancy in that in case we have some problems. So we've got to be able to show to the state, even to get a license, that we have enough personnel to manage that and to man that vehicle for what service we're trying to provide to our city. So that right now, it's the people. If I have the people right now, it would just be a training issue, getting them all up a license, and we could probably apply for the license within a few months.
So best guess, what are we talking, 2 years?
No, I would hope to be transporting by this time next year, or maybe even sooner. It depends on how quick we can get people here. Yes.
So just a question, how many personnel would you have right now, do you think that could man that on a
Well,
24 hour?
we're talking to alter our fire department policy and allow drivers to be on the department. Drivers they would be CPR certified because they have to be in an ambulance, at least CPR certified. And they would just be a driver, so it not necessarily would be a fire department member or a firefighter,
Yeah.
but we would have an EMT, which we're already covering, and another driver that could help cover that. And so the additional personnel, you know, it's my daytime help. I mean, I got plenty of help from 4 PM
Yeah.
to 7 in the morning. But
So,
from about 7
Some
to
retired
4,
people or
Yeah,
something is what you need.
sign up.
Yeah,
Yes, uh,
drive the ambulance, yeah,
Right
Yes.
now, I make the schedule for the EMTs.
yeah.
Right now, we can cover one person on call 24/7. Our biggest problem is our days and our Saturdays. Right now, I've got 3 people that can take day shifts.
3.
Three.
That's from
Okay.
7 to 7
Yeah.
daily, and that's, when you run those, that's 28
There are
to 30
some
days a
weeks
month.
I am on call 3 to 4 days a week, just because that's all there is. That's just me, that's just me. We need people to volunteer. We can't force people to volunteer. If we get a ton of people that came on right now and said we could do it, that's great. But a lot of people are scared off because of the time commitment that is involved. It does take time and a lot of time, but it's something that I feel is worth it. I don't know how many of you have had us respond to your homes or your families. I know that EMTs have responded on my daughter before. And just that one time makes it all worth it. I would be on call every day if I could, but unfortunately I have to go grocery shopping and, yeah. Because, well, yeah, when you are on call, you
Yeah.
have to stay in the city.
Yeah.
So we can do laundry or whatever, but we have to be able to be in the city and respond to the station within 3 minutes. So that's where we're at. We need more people that are available during the day.
Yeah.
Give her slack.
Yeah.
Well, she's usually meeting us on the calls, so
Yeah.
she's usually on the calls with us.
Of those
That's
4,
where we're at right now.
of those 4 that have signed out, did our Public Works employee,
No.
because he is interested in doing that, and I will, make it
That
so
would
that
greatly help.
he's
Absolutely.
here 24/7, unless there would be a major reason why he couldn't leave the city temporarily,
Sure.
he would be available and he's interested in doing that.
And I don't wanna be derogatory at all, but we've had that situation in the past.
And it's tough.
And it's tough because the city employees are here all day. They don't wanna come back for training at night. And if you're not at training, I gotta let you go from the department because we have an attendance policy and we have reasons why we have training. I mean, I can't just pull people off the street, put them in turnout gear and an SCBA and say, yeah, go put that fire out. It
Yes.
doesn't work that way. Or go do CPR on that individual who's dying. We've gotta have the proper training, and that's what training is for. And so if they're willing to come to training, great. We'd love to have
He's
them.
aware of that, he does live in town, he's of the
Sure.
3, he does live in town, real close. He could run across the street in 3 minutes, I think,
We-
so.
We'd love to have them, but here again, like Heather was saying, we're not gonna force people.
No.
It's do the best you can. And, those people that serve, I know Heather tells me all the time, she feels that she's making a difference. I mean, I feel that I'm making a difference. And
Yeah.
so it takes a bit to get to that point where you're seeing some of that, but it does happen. And you can make a difference as a volunteer.
I'm aware of a few other individuals who are interested, and I pushed them, and I mentioned, I think it was with Linda actually, when you were out of town and we were talking, I'm willing to go door to door talking to people.
We already have the flyer set up there. We've already got it.
I'm more than happy to do that, if
Sure.
you'd like me to do it.
Yep, we're happy to do that.
Okay.
And we've got them out here on the bulletin board as well.
Appreciate that.
You bet.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Seth and Heather, we really
Yeah, thank you.
appreciate not only your service, but you being here tonight to represent this part of the city's response service. Thank you. Okay, we are going to items number 3 through 8. All have to do with developments, et cetera, going on in the city. I hope you had a chance to look over them. Normally, Shay would start and go through each one, But several of these things have been, we've gone over several times. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with this first one. It says the senior overlay zone change request. Recommendation from planning commission. It came from the planning commission. We've had 2 or 3 different meetings already with the developer and the planning commission. It has been recommended to the city council. Let's start, first of all, Shay, would you like to just give a real brief overview, and then let's just see if the council has a question or comment?
Okay, so what you're doing tonight is this, I should say first of all, this is a parcel that's just east of Schuler Park right here, between that and Oak Ridge Drive. And what you're doing tonight is considering rather a senior, rather to apply a senior overlay zone. So this isn't a preliminary review. What you're seeing on the screen right now is really rough conceptual of what, you know, may or may not happen with this, but you're just asking yourselves, would a senior housing project, is it desirable, would it fit in the community in this location? This particular parcel is 15.46 acres. It's currently zoned as R1 15,000. If this were approved and they were to move forward on this, their proposal is 60 units, which basically is a quarter of an acre per dwelling, so, or 4 dwellings per acre. Actually, it's just slightly less than that, 3.96, but basically 4 dwellings per acre in density. So that'd be similar to R1 12,000. And that's all per code. The one thing that is being requested with this that is an exception, and we did the same thing with Oak Ridge Meadows, phases 5 through 10. The way the PUD ordinance and the way these overlay zones are written, we basically state in there that they can work on a maximum of 6 acres and 24 units. The problem with that is first of all, if we approve this, we're granting higher density, which means that we're gonna use more sewer, we're gonna use more water, you know, there's utility issues tied in with this. As the city engineer looks at this, as Cody, your public works looks at this, and as I, the planner, look at this, I would like to see the whole project initially at the preliminary level of what all this property is going to be built out at. I'd like to know that it's going to be 60 units so that I can look at what, you know, what are the issues with utilities going to be? Do we need to upsize sewer to make this work? Do we need to provide special provisions with water or something like that? If all I can see is one little portion of this, knowing that they're gonna come back later on, put in another request for another portion, and then another one, or, you know, however that splits out, we can't, you know, we're not making good choices and good decisions off of just pieces of it. So, that asks that, you would, if you grant this, that you'd also grant the exception that they can turn in conceptual for the 15.46 acres and the 60 units. And then, you know, they may turn final in as phases, however they want to do that, but that we consider the whole project.
Okay, I had a couple concerns regarding this. I actually like seeing the whole project presented at
Yeah,
once instead
me
of
too.
in sections, and then if you put it in phases, it's fine. First concern is the increased density. It's currently rated on our master plan as an R15 zone, and we'd take it down to an R12, which is from 3rd acre lots down to quarter acre lots. So I think we need to stick with our master plan. If they wanna do senior housing there, make them comply with the density of 3rd acre lots, units.
Then we need to change our code, because our code allows in R1 15,000 and R1 12,000, the quarter acre lots
Yeah,
for
that's
senior
the one.
housing.
Yeah, for the senior housing, that's what I'm saying, but this is not currently zoned senior housing,
No, I'm just saying.
so what I'm saying is the current zoning code on this, which in accordance to our master plan, is a house for every third acre. Okay, so,
Can I just, no.
that's one concern I have. Second concern, their proposal just says the need for emergency services within these communities is no greater than the aging population already living within the community. You add 60 units that can only be 55 plus, you're gonna increase the need for emergency services. There's no doubt about it. We just heard from our fire chief, Seth Waite, on our ISO rating. That's a concern because that may immediately increase a bill to the city if we have to have a new fire truck. Another issue that I have, it's got a private drive in there. I think private drives are terrible ideas. I mean, this happened out in Saratoga Springs, they put in something like this, they put in a private drive, the streets are smaller, the HOA went defunct. Now, the residents want the city to come take care of the street, right? But the city can't get their equipment in there because the streets aren't big enough. I think private drives are a major issue and we should not allow those in our city. It's great if the HOA maintains itself forever, but as we've already seen in our city, we've had problems with HOAs. They're not maintained well. I think that's a big issue, making it a private drive, especially on the thing, the private drive connects to Park Drive. So you're gonna have onto the main road, people wanting to pull into that complex, but then they're gonna be on a private street. That's, I don't know. I think there's quite a few issues with this whole project, and those are my concerns.
Jim and I had discussed that, he's been involved in that, and he did have that concern about the private drive as a part of this. And his recommendation, and I think it is true, see, one of those, the main drag coming down on Hillside Drive is a city street, you know, already. And so you just have that loop. And if that was required to be built to the 32-foot, which is the city residential street width, and dedicated to the city, you could still have them maintaining their parks and open spaces and stuff. But I think that would address that, and I think it would be better for the city. You know, that is something it's been discussed. As far as that density, rather than just having a bunch of streets across there and regular homes, I think they are. I don't know what the size of the open space in the middle is, but that is I think a positive consideration in my mind to have this overlay of the senior. You're not just having that many, you know, third acres, but I'll bet you would have more houses on there than just third acres, and you'd have them developing off of that main road still. But I think that, you know, that's a legitimate concern that you bring up, but I think that somewhat addresses that, because they do have a fairly large open space in there. And then you've got, you know, these just by the nature of, you know, this is not, you have twin homes together. They're not taking up yards, you know, like just residents would be. But I personally think that fits well in that area. It's close to the like it was laid out, you know, in the presentation. I was at the planning commission to just see what their thinking was when that was presented, and I think most, you know, all of those, I didn't hear any negatives about it not fitting well and not being an attractive addition, you know, to the city. And so I personally would be in favor of looking at that. I was just asking Shay, okay, where do we set up the requirements though? Tonight, I guess, we are just deciding whether to approve this as a rating, change the rating on it so that they could have an overlay. So, okay, where where do we decide where, if there's curb and gutter sidewalk that goes around this whole thing, if there's any fences going in, if there, you know, some of those things, and he was saying, you know, in the initial plan, those things, would be worked out there, and I think, you know, I'd definitely, like to, you know, have some input there, I think we should have some input there.
Ryan?
I'm concerned that our city plan is out of sync with the codes. Why did the codes approved if they're not?
Is it out of sync with the codes? I guess I'm trying to understand where you're coming from with that. All I'm saying is that if you apply the senior overlay, the quarter acre lots or 4 units per acre is allowed as part of that senior overlay. And the general plan is consistent with that. There's only 2 zones that the senior overlay can be applied in, and that's the R1 12,000 and the R1 15,000. So the R1 12,000 is already quarter acre lots. We don't really have any of that anymore. That was all, the Elk Ridge Meadows development is the only area that's zoned for that. So it's R1 15,000 is really.
I think Brian, is Brian talking about the 24, oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay. We'll give you the
Yeah,
chance.
my bad.
The thing I'm concerned about is that why would we have to change the code to meet the long-range plan for the city?
Well,
I mean, the
all I'm
long-range plan
saying
should
is
be in sync with that.
all I'm saying is if you apply the overlay and then turn around and say that it has to meet the density in the underlying zone, so the 3rd acre lots, then we need to modify that overlay, we need to modify that code, because the code specifically states that if that zone is applied, that senior housing overlay is applied, that they can have 4 dwelling units per acre.
Okay, then what does the long-range plan state?
The long-range plan supports senior housing.
Not my question. My question is, what does it state? Does it state that we can go down to the quarter acres, or does it state that we stay with?
The plan doesn't specify, the long-range plan doesn't specify.
It permits.
It permits it, but it doesn't specify, that's in the code, that's not in the general plan. The general plan states that we support senior housing, and that's why we've created, you know, why the city created that overlay zone, was to support that
Well, that's a broad
option.
statement, though, but senior housing with caveats. We're saying now that senior housing is gonna increase the density, the lot size, and so forth. You know, I think we're rushing in on something here before we really take a look at what we agreed to some years ago in terms of the long-range plan for the city.
Okay, so just a couple of things here. This is in the R1 15,000 zone right now.
Correct.
When the senior housing overlay code was put into place, 7, 8 years ago, there were 2 different senior housing overlay zones created, where you could go and you could apply the R12 and the R15. The R12, the intent, as I remember it was, if you're in the R12, then you can have the R12 senior housing version. You can't take the R12 and plug it into the R15 or vice versa. That was the intent. If our code doesn't say that, that's what we need to fix first. Second, the private road, I'm looking at that. We have a hard time responding in a fire truck down in the PUD now. When people park on the street, we had a call down there where there was a kid that was lost a couple weeks ago. We had a hard time getting our truck in there just because people were parked on the street there. I can't even imagine what it would be like if there's any parking on the street, on a private drive. So if you're gonna have private drive, it better be as wide as it would be if there were cars lining both sides and you could still have 2 cars pass with no parking. I don't think that that's unreasonable. Next item, typically the reason that this code was put into place was to allow a place for people who love our community, who are a great part of our community, a way to stay in our community instead of having to move to Spanish Fork or Payson or somewhere else because they can't handle removing snow, maintaining the yards. I mean, that's what this is designed to do. It's allowed to allow people who are in their later years an opportunity to stay and remain a vital part of our community, and that is a great thing. I think we need to have that. But I'm looking at this because we've got another area where a overlay was approved. There's actually two. There's one that's right across the street that's on the corner of Park Drive and Elk Ridge Drive. So like right across the street from part of that. The other one is up further on Elk Ridge Drive, where one of the old golf course holes is, that was also approved, and zoned that with that senior housing overlay. And I think we're getting the cart before the horse here. Clearly we've got a disconnect between our code if they're able to take and plug an R12 into an R15 zone, because that was never the intent. I mean, we asked, and I believe that the planning commission is currently working on taking the PUD and some of these extra things out, because quite frankly, we don't need them anymore. They served their purpose. They allowed for the density. It allowed for the income requirements that we have to meet with the state, so we can continue to operate as a city and not get slapped with fines and fees and regs. And that's been done. That's water under the bridge. So those are the issues that I see right now.
Anyone else? I'll invite the developer to share your concerns and insights if you'd like to.
I mean, that's fine, I hate to take up your work session time.
No, that's
if y'all
okay,
wanna
that's what
wait.
this is about.
Okay, I mean, no, I think they're all viable concerns, many of them, I mean, I'm sure we can work something out on, we think that this is gonna be a great asset for the community. This is, in our opinion, we think it's the highest and best use for this piece of property. Like Shay said, meets the zone, 100%. We come in just a hair under the maximum density which is allowed, which is 4 units per acre. Just the density issues, on paper, you know, it may look like the quarter acre lot multiple's been applied, but I think once you see this come to fruition, it'll feel a lot less dense than a traditional single-family development would. Mainly just because these are all going to be single-story homes. We anticipate a basement, assuming no geologic issues, which I don't think there are. But it'll feel much less dense, and it's a smaller footprint overall with the building, the twin homes. So I think overall it will feel very low density, which is consistent with just the surrounding areas. I think again meets the plan, meets the general plan, meets the current city code. And the main reason why we're choosing this area for the senior homes at the end of the day is just that we know that there are residents, you know, that are already living here that, like you mentioned, they want to stay here. There are also other residents that would like to move down here. With the addition of the opening of the Payson Temple, we've got excellent medical services nearby, and also here y'all are expanding your local services. We think there will be, you know, less of a need from the residents to feel pressured to move closer to town, closer to Provo, to Orem, so that they can do the things they want to do as they approach retirement. And one thing, an additional thing to keep in mind too is, even though this is a quote-unquote senior housing development, these are still very active adults. They will not be requiring, you know, significant amount of medical care and attention. They will be, this will be an active community. I think they're going to be going daily across the street to golf. They're going to be spending money here in the community. These are people that statistically, you know, when you look at the marketing information, they have significant disposable income. And we think that an HOA providing a low maintenance habitat for an active senior community would fit perfectly in Elk Ridge. We were very pleased to see the zone, the way the code's the way it is written, to accommodate this growing demographic. Because it is, I don't have to tell y'all, you turn it on all the time, we all know the baby boomers. My parents, I'm from Alabama, they've expressed interest, they want to locate here closer to some of their kids and the grandbabies, and they've even asked, they're like, let me know the price point, let me know what's going on, how it's coming. And I can't tell you how many people that we've met in and around this community that are excited to hear about this. I was telling this gentleman, we just had a baby at Orem Community, and our nurse and her daughter live in Elk Ridge. and she wants to bring her parents up from St. George. You know, and she heard about this, and she's asking us all about the hospital. So, I mean, even with no marketing effort whatsoever, there's a buzz already from people that want to either want to continue to be a part of Elk Ridge, but they don't want the 3,000 to 4,000 square foot home anymore. They want to downsize. They want to be able to go out of town for maybe an extended period of time and not have to worry about keeping up the yard. So that's basically where we're coming from.
Just state your name for.
Brent Skipper from
Thanks,
Lehi,
Brent.
Utah.
Any other discussion from the council? We'll turn it to open forum in a little while, so those of you who are still wanting to express your opinion, we'll get to that. I'm sorry it's gonna be a little while, but it'll come to an open forum session when we can do that. Anything else, Shay? Okay, let's go to the next one. Harrison Heights Phase 4 lot line adjustment discussion for lot 23. Is there any discussion from the council, concerns? This has been an issue we have reviewed in the past.
I was just curious to see which one is this. This is the one that I have a question on. Where are we adjusting the lot line on this one?
So,
Just this one.
yeah, so we've got it up right here. So lot 23 is right over on the left-hand side, and basically, what's occurred is with the design of the roundabout, the final design of the roundabout, it ended up being a little wider than it was initially thought would occur.
The roundabout?
The roundabout.
Path, sidewalk.
And so with the sidewalk and that, so anyway, with that being a little bit larger, in order to maintain our code of the minimum of 20,000 square feet, the adjustment was going to be to the back of the lot, adding, I want to say like 3 feet? So to the back of the lot, and then also just slightly off to the
So,
side.
actually, no, so these were so it's only the side adjustment. But the problem that happened, so there was 2 options we could go. You go to the back, but the problem is I don't own the back yet, and that's down the road. I own both the side, and so it's like it's like starts at 3 feet and goes to 0. It's just enough to go clip at the corner, it expands that enough to get back to the 20,000 foot minimum that it was before, but after the roundabout design, it shrunk below.
Any other
It's kind of a
questions?
trade of, I mean, the city, that'll end up being dedicated to the city later anyway, so I think it all works out.
No more discussion, let's move to the next one. Harrison Heights Phase 7, final plat approval. Again, we've been over through this for a little bit. Jay, if you'll give them a quick overview.
It's right there. Kill that one.
That's not base
That's
7.
not it, no.
Okay, don't freak out, all right?
Okay.
I'm not asking for more density.
Why did that just go down? Hang on.
This way.
Okay. So.
You learned well.
Harrison Heights Phase 7, this is the extension of Chrisley Lane. Chrisley Lane with Phase 5 went down to Skyhawk Way and ties in with Skyhawk Way. As part of that Phase 5 project, the sewer that was in the back of Elk Ridge Meadows Phase 2 in the backyards down through there was a new sewer line was being built and relocated along Chrisley Lane all the way down to the main road. So this basically, Harrison Heights Phase 7 extends Chrisley Lane down from Skyhawk Way down to Armstrong Drive, which is in the Traditions or Doe Hill subdivision. And so that will tie that street in. So from the Doe Hill development, they'll have an easy connection onto Skyhawk Way and up into the community from that side, not having to all travel across Rocky Mountain Way. So there's 8 lots involved with this. It's beneficial in that it ties in the sewer from Armstrong into this new trunk line that's being connected down there. It also is going to tie the water in down there, which ties some of those subdivisions, gives us a little better fire flow down on the lower end because we've got multiple lines connecting for water.
Dale?
Is the bottom end of that, connecting to 11-200? Is that the one that's going clear through?
The next,
Well,
that'll be phase
next,
9 later
the
on.
next phase.
Oh,
will
that's
carry
the
it
next
through.
phase, okay.
This just gets down to Armstrong
That was a
Drive.
little more challenging, goes down, cuts across.
Yeah.
This one was somewhat simple to do, we already did all the sewer and all the laterals. The water, it allows us to loop the water now, but we just thought, well, might as well do 5 and 7 at the same time.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's move to the next, yes?
Are we asking for any exceptions on frontages? It looks like, is lot 48 have a smaller frontage?
All the, I believe
I think
all
so.
the frontages in this zone meet the
I can't read that, what does it
In
say?
this-
It's
in
the
this-
two combined,
phase, meet the,
it's the 30 whatever and the whatever, what do those add up to?
33 and
And 67.
67.
Yeah, it should be.
So we're, well, it should be
on
some,
34 and 67.61, so you are 100.1.
100.1.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
It fits.
Not the 100.
So there's a couple exceptions, because most of them are just under
Are you looking at the back of the line, the back line or the front line?
the front line.
oh, they're all 100.
Are they all 100?
They should be
Yes.
100.
all these lots are
Well,
at
It's
least
lot
100.
47, it says 84.95. Am I reading that wrong?
Well, it's 84
Plus the curve.
plus the lot.
So the 84 takes you right here to where the curve begins.
Mm-hmm.
And so typically what we do is we take the distance around the curve and we split that.
Okay.
that
So the
frontage.
lot's that wide, it's just, the distance only goes on straight lines or a
Okay,
curved table.
gotcha, because the back's the 100.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, curved tables up top.
If there are no more, there, amendment to preliminary plat for number 6 for Elkridge Meadows phases 5 through 10. It's a little more involved, but not a great deal.
Talk fast, should
Okay.
I?
Just simply put, so you're gonna see this in two pieces tonight. We're talking about the amendment to the preliminary plat, and then we're gonna talk about the development agreement. The amendment to the preliminary plat, so we had a preliminary or original conceptual drawing that was approved, and the phasing on this has changed. That's the first item that you're looking at. Originally, there were 10 phases, now there will be 11 phases. All of Elkridge Drive has been completed as phase 7, where in the previous plat, half of it would have been completed in phase 7, the other half in phase 8. And then this phase 8 that's down here has actually been set up so that one of the issues that we've run into as we've been thinking about this is it's real easy to complete Elkridge Drive, but the transition onto 1600 West and tying that in, and then the future development up here is a little bit tougher. And so what needs to happen is Elkridge Drive needs to be completed up on top, and then what that allows to occur is with phase 8, when that's constructed, these transitions will be put into place. So this transition down here, and it can be done in such a fashion that we're not closing the whole road off at once. Traffic can be directed going one direction, to make the transition while it's going the other direction. There'll be short times during paving and short periods where it'll be closed off, but not for a long period of time. Where if we try to do that as part of phase 7 and tie all that in, it's a
Major
little harder.
traffic
So
issues.
anyway, that's the phasing. The other piece of this is Silver Wolf Drive in the original conceptual plat connected straight onto Goose Nest. As you know, there's a really steep section right through here. By tying that in here and creating the intersection here at Cottontail Lane, that steep section is no longer in the road. And the other nice thing is it's going through lots instead of the houses being perpendicular with the slope, the houses are sitting parallel to it. So basically the houses act as a retaining wall, and so you can make up that difference in the slope. It's easier to handle the drainage around those houses than it is to handle 8 or 10 feet of drop between two lots right at the, in a 16-foot long area, which is what your setbacks are on the sides. And finally, the last piece of that puzzle is that the neighborhood part, we've discussed, a payment that would go into the other parts, as part of the neighborhood part, there'd be 10 additional lots that are basically created. Well, it's with that and with this realignment of the road, that there's 10 additional lots. So it goes from 87 to 97 lots. So those are the three items that are being approved in this amendment of the preliminary plan.
Discussion, questions?
So this is just really nitpicky, but Cottontail Lane turns into Quaking Aspen Street. I think for emergency services and people to get around, would we consider changing Quaking Aspen Street to Cottontail? So it's just,
It's the whole thing.
it's the whole street and not, it's the name of the street, depending on which side of east or west of.
How does that work?
Right
And
now.
I'm great with that.
I'm just a
I'm wondering,
suggestion.
though, if you've got a cottontail that's kind of running north and south and sometimes that's a
Where
little.
does Cottontail get changed to Quaking Aspen?
What?
Does Cottontail get changed to Quaking Aspen?
It could go either way.
Either way, it doesn't,
Cottontail's built with
it-
the school.
it doesn't matter to me. I'm just saying, I think
Does
for,
that, I get that question, does that mess, Seth's not, is
You know,
that mess?
we'd have to ask Seth, this is just a typical situation is that what you try to do is your north-south streets are named differently than east-west running streets. And granted, here's one of those weird
Because you end up
exceptions
with
right
close
there.
addresses that way.
But because your addressing also changes, if that makes sense.
yeah.
And this is kind of a unique area in the city. We ran into this actually just right down in here and all through this area with the addressing. Our north-south addressing and our east-west addressing are almost the same. It's just because of the way it fits in the quadrant of the city. They both come in right close to each other. So we've tried to be really careful with those numbers and making sure that we don't match numbers anywhere close by in the other direction so that it isn't confusing to.
The good part, there's no houses on this, on that first section. The only houses are gonna be as it changes to north-south.
Right.
so-
It never
Yeah,
was
that's-
called,
we
it was
don't
gonna be
here
to the
think
school,
that.
not to the house.
Yeah.
Right.
There will be with Harrison Heights, there are houses right here.
Right there, but.
That was-
Isn't there 2 or 3? I think there's 3 right there.
If we wanna ask that
Those are-
way, that was just a little question I had, is if we wanna make those, since it's a continuous
We can
road,
certainly-
make it the same name.
Let me illustrate a practical application of a similar situation we already have in the city where this has occurred. You live on Canyon View, used to be. Well, yours was Canyon View on your end, but it was Salem Hills Drive all the way up. But because of the change, because of the way that it flows, that whole road became Canyon View, and the portion of the road that I live on has remained Salem Hills Drive. You know, I would say from the responder point, from my own point of view, because usually I'm the guy, because I'm the one that knows where the roads are, I'm the one giving directions. I don't think that it would be a real issue, I really don't. Because you've got this side of the road versus the other side. And that actually, the shorter the road, the easier it is to find something with a name. I mean, somebody says Elk Ridge Drive, I gotta figure out whether it's on the north end or the south end or what points in between. Now, someone says Salem Hill Circle, you know, it's.
That's what you end up with the
You can
east-west
get
when it
figured out
transitions over,
pretty
now
easy.
they're east. Now Cottontail is an east-west, and as a west, I guess it'd be
And
better
those would all be
instead of
north-south
North-south.
addresses.
And then,
Except for
like,
coming
there
across.
would only be 3 residential addresses on that section. Everything else on the right side would be City Park, on the west side is going to be the school.
And like I said, I'm okay with whatever, it doesn't matter to me, but.
Just a thought.
Okay, any other discussion? Let's move to number 8, or 7, excuse me.
Hold on, I had one question on that, Dean. Are the trail and crossing sidewalks gonna be developed with phase 7, just for safety when that roundabout gets created?
No, I think well, that's in the you're gonna hear about that in a second. Development agreement's gonna go through all the timing and everything.
Okay.
Number 7 then, the development agreement is much more in
Yeah, it'll go through.
So, but before we even start on that, I would like to compliment Shay for the amount of time, thought, expertise that you put into this to try and make this thing work. Shay?
Hopefully everybody's had a little bit of time. We tried to get this out early so everybody could look through it because it has turned into kind of a complex beast in and of itself, but I think in the end it's turned out pretty well. I'm just gonna go down through and just hit some major points just really quickly with it. I'm not trying to hit everything. I'd like to say, hopefully you've had some time to look at it, and then if you have any specific questions, we can talk about those. But the real purpose of this development agreement started out with this whole issue of how we could possibly transfer that neighborhood park, transfer the cost of constructing that neighborhood park into our other parks. Because as a city, we've realized that by adding that neighborhood park in, we're adding additional cost. We've also realized that the situation has changed from when Elkridge Meadows phases 5 through 10 was originally approved. When it was originally approved, the phase 2 park was still part of an HOA, so technically it was a private park. The city has now taken that over and ended up taking it over all the open space. So now we've got 13 plus acres that the city is now having to maintain, and that is a city park that's right, for all intents and purposes, right next, within walkable distance of this development. And so by moving that neighborhood park out, we can put those amenities in phase 2, in the park up here, in other locations, and spend that money on, instead of more grass, spend it on things like splash pads, pavilions, and nice amenities that people would like to have. So that's where this started out. As part of that, obviously, we take the park out of there, then we have this open space in there that the city would grant additional lots on here. I'd like to make one point with that. These 10 lots that the city's getting, we now receive impact fees for those 10 lots above and beyond the 87, but the roads and the sewer and the water lines were already going to be in place around the park. And so we were having to maintain those, but we weren't having people paying for water and sewer fronting those roads. And so there's additional revenue that the city is bringing in by granting those 10 lots in an area that's already, it's basically infill. It's a great example of infill. Okay, so some of the other things that we ran into as we were researching this, one that has been discussed a lot with staff is in the original development agreement, the 2005 annexation development agreement for Elkridge Meadows. Nilsen may remember this because it's come up since then at different times. I don't know if you were originally there in 2005, but anyway, one of the things that the city had to do was build a new water tank and a new water line to be able to serve this and other growth in the community. And so there was that was going to cost a large amount of money to pay for that. The city didn't have the money, and so they worked something out with the developer where with each phase, the developer would pay a certain amount of money towards that tank and that water line. And the idea was that was going to help pay for the bonds, so the city could afford to make the bond payments. Well, the first 2 phases were built, the project went bankrupt. It sat from 2006 till 2010, and the city was still having to pay the bonds, but there wasn't any money coming in. And so the city found other ways to make that payment, and the city makes that payment, I don't know what it is, quarterly or whatever, it's made on a regular basis, and that's all being handled without the concern with these bonds. So what happens is the developer comes in with each one of his phases, he pays a portion of this. With these, it's roughly $30,000 with each phase. He pays it to the city, and then the city holds on to it and turns around and pays it back when as building permits come in. The money never, that money never goes to pay the bonds anymore. And we've just realized for the cities, it's extra administrative effort. It
It's
doesn't need to be made. And so, one of the items that's in here is to eliminate that payment up front and then the reimbursement mechanism with the building permits. Other items with this, one of the things that was talked about was adding landscaped islands in Elk Ridge Drive. And so the city is going to landscape those at a future time, but the developer has agreed to put the curb wall in and then also pipe sleeves underneath the road, so that the time that it's landscaped, the city doesn't have to go in and dig the road up to get water and if power's needed or whatever, to get the utilities out to serve that. The other thing that was covered in this is there's a pressure reducing valve station that once this water system comes up here and it's looped now, so right now, all the water down below basically comes through a pressure reducing station in Burke Lane, and then it follows around and comes across along Skyhawk and up. Once that's tied in, we need to have a new pressure reducing station here to maintain what we call 2 different pressure zones. And so the city is paying for $20,000 of that, and then the developer, which is roughly half of it, and the developer's paying the other half. Now that money has been budgeted for this year. It's also, it's impact fee eligible money, and so that's included in here. The other mechanism that's in here is just explaining how the $150,000 that Salisbury is paying with the Horizon View Farms towards the roundabout, that's paid into the city, and that was explained in his development agreement, how it was paid into the city, and then how it's being reimbursed to this developer. That mechanism is explained in here. So those are the main points of this development agreement.
Okay, question. This original 2005 development agreement started with 122 acres.
Correct.
With the current plan, how it's setting, and all the developments that are proposed, how many unit houses do we have in those 122 acres?
Let's see,
There's 50 in phase 1,
let's see, 50 in phase 1,
there's
there's
80
so,
in phase 2,
yeah.
this will have
And this
97,
will be 97.
and
Grab my calculator. And then Horizon View Farms has 36.
36.
So 50, 80, 97, 36. Is there one more?
What was that,
So you-
313
you're
or 313?
263, I think.
Am I missing a number? 50, 80, 97, and 36? 265?
I've got 263, but.
Because I can't add 6 plus 7. Okay. So we've got 263 houses. The original agreement said there could be 3.63 houses per acre.
Correct.
It also required 25% of open space. So 122 acres, 25% is required to be open space. Which leaves us with, well, that's 30.5 acres of open space. So we are left,
91.5 acres for
90.
houses, but
But the densities.
yeah, and I will say this, that density is based on the overall acreage, the 122 acres. And the idea was with the PUD is that they can go down to the 7,000 square foot lot. So instead of being, that's all zoned R1 12,000, so 12,000 square foot lots, but with the PUD.
but that's not what the agreement says. That is not what the agreement says.
Well, that's what the code says, and that's how that was calculated. So all I'm saying is that the density, if you take the 122 acres, and you take that, what was it, 3.336, was it?
It's 250 versus 263, it's not a big deal. My question is, where's the 30.5 acres of open space? We have 13 acres of a park, we have another 2 acres that wanna trade away, that's 15 acres, where's the other 15 acres?
You see that really big
That's-
piece of open ground right there that's the school?
The
If
school
you
was counted
reference
as
a
open
later
space.
amendment to that
Amendment number
agreement,
2 or 3.
that was addressed and the city made some additional concessions at the time that was done to get a school here in our community.
Okay,
So
so the
that's where the
school
extra-
property is considered open space.
Yes.
Correct.
And how much does the school have?
About 14, 15 acres.
Yeah, 14 or 15
Okay.
acres. I mean, it's a
Okay.
Plus,
sizable area.
plus we actually have, the other piece of this puzzle is this becomes open space right here, dedicated to the city, or hopefully the school takes this over. And this up here is counted in the open space, and actually the area along the trail is counted as part of the open space. So we're actually,
I think we're above.
quite a ways above the total number.
Okay, just checking. So, I have another thing though regarding the water.
Where does the school sit?
The schools in this, they purchased this property right here. They're talking about putting the building down by Skyhawk Way and using this as fields, at least that's the plan that they put forward, but that may change.
While she's looking for that, I'll update real quick. Met with the school district just this past week. We will not get in on the current bonding. The next bonding won't be till 2019. And if we were to receive funding for this elementary, we're 3 years in the plan design and 2 years, 2 years plan design and 3 years build, so we're looking at probably close to 10 years out before that school could be completed up here. That's not definite ever. That's the best information and most current that I have.
In the meantime, it would be a field of sunflowers.
Open space.
Pictures.
Okay, so on the city's obligation regarding the $700,000 water tank and development. Okay, help me understand this. The developer was gonna pay $700,000 to the city in phases.
Correct.
So the city could build a new water tank and a well, is what the agreement
Water-
calls for.
Yeah, it ended up being a water tank and a water line.
That's what I was gonna ask, so we put in the water tank and not a well, we put in a water line, water tank and water line. But in here it says, the developer will be reimbursed for their contribution amounts less developer's pro rata share of the cost for that portion of the water system improvements utilized by the property.
Well, that's because they upfronted the costs on the tank. So-
Right, but
so
they
instead
shouldn't
of
get the
paying-
whole 700,000 back, because they need to pay for their share of the water system
Correct.
improvements used by all that property that they're developing.
Basically, they fronted us the impact fees,
Mhm.
and then as the impact fees come in, that money goes back to the developer.
Okay, but not all of it should go back.
Well,
How
why
much
not?
has gone back? Because it says minus their pro rata share for the improvements for that property. That's what the contract says. So I'm asking, how much has been paid back to the developers? And what's their share?
So I can't specifically answer that, because I will say this, as Royce has tried to dig through and understand this, because from what we can tell in the earlier phases, the payments weren't made.
And the only person that can really tell us is no longer with us.
So, how much money did the city actually receive of that $700,000?
About 37 or something, 30.
Well, no, they upfronted money on the.
Well, phase
on the
one
tank.
and phase
It
two,
was a big check.
they put in.
It was
It splits up-
233,000 per phase is what
Correct,
was required.
Correct. And what happened with this phase So this was the remainder, so there were those first two phases at 233,000.
So both
And
of
the
those were paid?
the remainder was part of this phase. However, when the school property was sold, is that large chunk, they paid 156,000, or was it 180,000?
I'm
have
not
to
sure
look
which
at- it's
one
in
they
the-
did,
it's
but
in-
they did. It's in the
I wish I had
agreement.
the agreement right in
It's
front of me.
47 pages long, so I'd be looking for a while.
It's, so the school paid another I think it was 156,000, if I remember right. Oh, was it 180?
Anything with 180.
Okay, so 180 was subtracted off of the remainder of that, or had been paid out. And see, nothing's being reimbursed on that.
Well, so how much did the city actually receive? We don't know? Or did they receive the two
Well,
payments of
they received the
233?
233. That's what I'm saying. They received the 230, the city received the 233, the city received the 180 from the city, or from the school. Dean has paid, was it 30-something for phase 5?
Phase 5, yeah, but wasn't mine 180, so we're not getting those backwards, are we? Because I think my total
Your
was
total would have been
180,
180.
so that's where the
right.
180, I think
The
the
other
schools
one-
was less.
Yes,
The other
mine
one
was-
was-
Yeah, that's right. Yours would be 180.
Whatever the difference in that two was for the whole account.
Okay, so have we reimbursed any of this? Or this is all money but stayed in the city to build that water tank and the water line?
Well, what we're saying is that we don't know if phase 1 and phase 2 were reimbursed. Unfortunately,
We don't know if they were reimbursed, but we know that they paid the money up.
they did pay the money, we know that.
So we're
but we
talking
don't know.
about the phases at Salisbury and the other side where rural housing is done.
Phase 2.
That portion, that was paid, and then as Dean has come in, he's paid his portion. What we're doing now is, rather than creating an accounting nightmare, we're just gonna collect the money in impact fees, and it's gonna
And
go.
be done with it.
And be done with it, so that we're not, he's not coming in and writing us a check for 200,000.
I understand that part. How does the city lose $500,000 and have no idea what happened to it? 466,000 for phase 1 and 2, plus we say we've got 180,000 plus another 35,000.
And the total was 7?
Total was 7. And we say we have no idea
The money
if that
went,
money has been reimbursed or not?
the money went to the water tank. And as we collected the money back from the developers, and at the time, you're only talking like 4 or 5 houses. You have model home, then people that are down on, I think, Bear Hollow Way, I think that's the road that runs parallel to the canal on the north end. Just a few houses, that was basically it.
So,
Before this all went belly up.
I think the answer, I mean, the money was all collected. Phase 1
The
paid,
city.
what they're saying is that because the developer went bankrupt, they didn't pay it back to the new person who bought the lots, and the other person hasn't claimed it, I don't even know where to send it, that there's still money sitting there that may have rights to go back to some developer that's not around anymore.
Okay, so Dean, you hit it on the head. We should have $700,000. Where is it?
No,
That's
it's in
what I
the
wanna
tank.
know.
It's in the tank.
So how much was the tank?
The
How much
tank's
was the
there.
tank?
7.
How much was the tank?
Oh, the tank was $1.5 million.
$1.5
But
We haven't lost any
As
money.
we increased the size, ran additional water lines, upgraded the well, built buildings to house our pumps and everything, I mean, it was a big
So
project.
that's where that, if I understand that right then, from what you're saying, that's where the share comes in. These amounts are the share, because the share is the difference. This is their portion of it, the $750,000 is their portion of the $1.5 million. Does that make sense? If the original project was $1.5 million, the Elk Ridge Meadows was required to pay $750,000 of it.
Okay, but we're saying we have no idea if we get any reimbursements.
Well, no, there was reimbursement to the initial few homes that were built, and then when
That's it.
Salisbury came in, he did what Dean has done, and that is he came in, and as the homes were built, they paid an impact fee into the city.
Yeah, I think
And that
the
money
other,
went to
the other
make our
thing that
bond.
needs to be thrown in there is the original bank that the bankruptcy was involved with, became insolvent and it was dissolved. And so then it went through, I don't know who
Went to the
ended up with the
FDIC. It went to the FDIC.
FDIC, and so then,
Salisbury and Dean.
They just
Okay.
worked out the stuff.
So that was
So
all,
these
that
are-
was actually all settled with the FDIC and,
Okay, so these additional 260 homes though are paying their normal water impact fee,
correct.
correct? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That answers that part of it.
Okay,
I've got some, okay.
thank you.
653 now.
We've got just, one more. Elbridge Meadows Phase 7 final plat.
Unless you have some specific questions, I'm just gonna leave this up, because this is, so phase 7 is all along Elk Ridge Drive, and it includes 23 lots with 4 here along Goose Nest, and then the construction of City Wolf Road to tie into phase 6 and complete that, so there's 23 lots along that. The Elk Ridge Drive, you were asking about the trail. The trail is, look at that development agreement again, the trail will actually be completed as part of phase 10. And the intersections have to, you know, you've got sidewalk coming out to the intersections, that has to be completed, tied in with phase 7, but then the trail will tie into those sidewalks in the intersections. And part of the reason for that, pushing the trail off to phase 10, because of this 10% grade that's in here, or actually it's steeper than the actual ground, there is a lot of fill material that has to come in here to make that work. And so, one of our concerns was that we didn't want, we've got two things that we have to meet here. We have to address ADA. And ADA, obviously, if the road's at 10%, the trail is gonna be at 10%, but it can't be any steeper than that, is basically what ADA requires. And so what we want to be able to do, and our other concern was we didn't want the fill encroaching in the homes on the home sites. Because basically, if we're filling down in there, that means all our drainage is running off into their yards. And so what we had talked with Dean about with this is, he'll construct the road with phase 7, and then, once that's done, he'll then take fill material, and a lot of that fill material will actually come off these other phases and place in there, and we'll actually kind of walk the trail and grade it after that's constructed, so that we can try to make it so that we don't slope into the neighboring lots. So what you're seeing here, you know, where things are kind of zigzagging in and out, it may zigzag in and out differently than what you're seeing here, based on how the grades work off of that. And so that, by pushing it back a little bit, it allows him to bring more fill material off the site and utilize what's there for it, but then it also allows us to be able to adjust that and modify it so we can still meet the ADA requirements, but we can try to minimize those issues with drainage on the adjacent lots.
Yeah.
And I think that is a good plan, because you don't necessarily need the trail to be at road level all through there. It could be higher or lower.
We can't
and
drop
different,
it down and.
places there. And
We
so I
talked
think
about some bounding too, to give some
Yeah.
relief and.
little personality to it. And, I think it would work out well that way.
I had a question about the roundabout. On the roundabout, the diagram shows that it narrows coming into the roundabout. How narrow are we going? And my concern is over ambulance and school buses being able to get through that roundabout. Because we show our road here and then we narrow in.
This is actually a design that has come from years and years of study by the Federal Department of Transportation. This is one of their recommended best practices now with these roundabouts. And
To
so
slow traffic.
it helps to slow traffic. It also, the other thing that happens in that roundabout is at each of these locations where it narrows in, that's also where your bike paths come up onto the sidewalk, so that you don't have bikes inside the roundabout. That's a major issue. In fact, I have a friend who had both his legs broken on his bike because he was trying to go around the roundabout, his cars were in the pavement, and needless to say, it's just not a good combination. And so that transition allows them to get the bikes on the sidewalk around the roundabout, and then get them back off in the bike lanes as part of that. Now,
Point out the double circle, too, the secondary circle and the double circle is actually, that's your place where it's a little bit of a raised curve that trucks and fire
It's a
vehicles.
mountable curve.
Exactly.
We're doing a mountable curve, but my question still hasn't been
so,
answered.
well, that's what I'm trying to get to now.
That other information's helpful, but I still wanna know how narrow we're going.
You can't. No,
One of the things that, when I met with the Cedar Hills city engineer, he indicated the only accident that they had in the major roundabout, the one over there by, right next to the school, and it's right next to the Walmart there, was on bicycles, so that is a concern. They had no car accidents on it, but there was a bicycle accident too.
So our engineer, I mean, I think it went to 3 different engineers, I mean, to get this entire,
Yeah.
this is like the best from the experts in roundabouts is what Shay, I think you contracted out to another sourcing
Yes,
besides
we
your
did.
firm. So not just our firm that we use, but not just Aqua Engineering, even a third party who even specializes even more in roundabouts, that's where,
We had a health engineering that specifically, all they do is transportation engineering and traffic engineering. They've done some of the larger, busier roundabouts around the state.
Yeah, this is just
Part of their
included
design
as
stuff.
part of phase 7, but there's no,
Yeah,
Numbers on
I'm
it,
just
so.
trying to bring this up here so we can see, I believe there's dimensions on this right here.
That's a paint by number, actually.
Thing of beauty.
and then Dean, I was gonna ask you too, the sheet index says there's an erosion control plan and a revegetation retention plan. Both those are missing from this packet. Do we have those?
Yeah, we left out quite a few drawings out of these packets because it wouldn't email to you, so we sent, I believe there was a notation on the email that if you wanted the full packet, you could come into the city and get it.
Well, it's kind of hard to vote on something if we don't have,
And
I
you
mean,
should
you
have come
wanna
into the
vote
city
on-
to see it.
Yeah. And actually, there is. in
well, it
that
said if we
corner.
wanted it, we could have it printed. And I did ask for things printed, but it didn't say that there was stuff missing.
I'm showing a scale on here.
for the record, I had nothing to do with that.
60 feet on a 24 by 36. So I
Whoa.
think that-
Anyways, erosion is a big
What
issue up
is
here,
that? I have
so-
to build that? I'm not building that. What is that? What have you got me into? You're the mayor was praising you, I don't know.
Dean, you're one of the few in here that could understand.
Not as much as you think, John.
He's got people
I hire smarter people than me all the time.
Inside the house, right?
From here to here,
Is that?
I think it's 56 if I'm reading
On the
it right.
wide one?
Some more roads. 44 feet.
It's like we're 15 feet.
That's what I.
So the standard lane is 12 and we're 15. The narrow
At the
point.
narrowest
At the
point,
narrowest-
each lane is
yeah.
15.
That's what I measured off there.
The lane is 15 plus this, this is the amount of section.
So if that's 15, then that's about half, that's about another 7 feet.
Actually, inside the roundabout itself, that's wider, that's 20 plus feet.
And that is gonna be
That's
the
the
inside,
calming.
that's where you would have the problem if you're gonna have one. We took our truck over to Woodland Hills and drove through there roundabout just to see what it was like. This one's a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
If 15 is the minimum for each lane. Okay.
We'll come back. Okay, any other discussion on any of these elements so far discussed with the council?
So Dean, since we don't have those, can you give us a quick update on erosion control and revegetation retention, since those sheets are missing?
Shit. I mean,
You
I
said
sent
it's
them,
your
I
fault.
sent them all to you guys.
They're actually on the state's
Probably,
website.
it's probably better for, I mean, we did the
I
whole
can
plan.
show them to you here, I've got the plans, I've got the full set of plans up on my machine right now.
They've been through TRC, they've been reviewed, right?
Yes.
And I looked at them on the state's website just to see how much more information was available. It's kind of cool.
I have to honestly tell you, this phase has been beat up a lot more than probably any other phase in any development we've done. As far as review and re-review and re-review.
I keep coming back here, I'm like,
Why are you
like
doing
a
this?
beat dog.
Beat you down a little more.
Now, we discussed that, we'd look at having a retention pond, or a small retention area on that open space on the east side of this intersection. That's right, that will be open space, it'll be city space.
So this is the revegetation plan, right, and erosion control plan right here. Or this is retention, right? Revegetation and retention plan. Okay, so basically, all these areas where there's grading that's spread out beyond the road would be revegetated. However, caveat with that is if you're selling this lot to a home builder, you're not gonna revegetate right behind the lot there, because they're gonna turn right around and dig it back up, and they're building the home and grading the lots. So the areas that we'd be concerned about revegetation are really along the Up Ridge Drive corridor and down along the roundabout.
So we show that there needs to be revegetation, but we're saying we're gonna leave it up to the lot owner
No.
to do?
Well, the vegetation
Well, your
portion,
code,
yes.
code requires them to landscape. Let me explain, step back one step and explain this.
Okay.
So now we are, under the federal law, we now have to require what's called a SWIP. And basically what that is that's a stormwater protection plan. And so the developer, in order to develop this, has to have a SWIP. A few years ago, we wouldn't have even been talking about all of this. So the developer maintains a SWIP, and as long as he maintains a SWIP, we don't want as the city, we don't want to take any liability on that. That's all placed on the developer. So we don't, as far as, we check to see that it's in place, but we don't enforce anything beyond that, because as soon as we enforce, then we're taking liability with it, and we don't have to. It's all in the developer's end. So as long as he maintains a SWIP on this property, which basically says that he's not going to allow erosion and runoff to go onto adjacent properties. So in that, he has best management practices. One of those best management practices is revegetation. He has other options out there. But what he'll do is when he goes to sell these lots, there'll be a SWIP for the construction of each one of these lots. I think in your case, where you build the homes, you just have an overall SWIP. If somebody buys a lot and then they want to build a home, they have to file with the state, file a notice of intent, and then they have to maintain the SWIP on that property. So then they're basically saying, I'm not gonna allow runoff or erosion to leave my property. And until the property is landscaped, they're required to maintain that SWIP. But then as soon as landscaping is in place, or they've got permanent features that will keep the runoff and erosion off their property, then they no longer have to maintain that SWIP.
So even though once it goes to a private owner who buys the house, the developer still has to maintain the SWIP until,
No,
The land is
he turns it
landscaped?
over to the private owner.
so once the private owner buys it, they're responsible.
They're responsible. Now, their requirements are different than
So,
the
yeah,
developer.
so this is what I don't understand. On the chart, we have revegetation required on the front of those few lots in the middle.
Well, this is,
But we're saying that we're not gonna do that because it's up to the landowner.
well, this is what sorry, I need to go back. What I'm saying is these are the areas that would typically be revegetated. What this is showing you here is that this is area that's being disturbed, either by cut or fill to build this road.
You got a while.
And that's the area that would typically be revegetated. I don't see a specific line going around this saying that that's what he's going to revegetate. The other thing that we have in play here is that the trail is gonna be landscaped. And so at the time that they landscape the trail,
Right, that's gonna be
that's
revegetation.
revegetated, as
I
is
get that,
the
and what I
area
was
around it.
concerned with is previous houses that have been built down there, we've had a lot of erosion problems. And you know what, they don't come back mad at the developer, they come back mad at the city. Why did you allow the developer to do this?
It's still their responsibility to landscape their yards.
Right,
And to have drainage away from their home and.
Not change what they have.
Because I'm curious,
Drain
have
spouts.
we had issues in phase 5 or 6 specifically?
not that I'm.
Because we now review the site plan.
Every site plan.
I do the site plan review, and I have quite an extensive letter that goes out to them that basically, we're requiring that letter and a copy of the site plan to be given to the homeowner. And in the bottom of that letter, this explains generally the code. And then the bottom of that letter, it explains their responsibility with that SWIP.
Okay, so every homeowner is
So,
getting that, so they're.
That's something that we.
That's
with-
new though,
with
right?
phase- Yeah, that's new. So that's why I was asking if we've had problems in 5 or 6, because if we have, then we need to,
And that is a result of the problems we've had down in phase 1 and 2. That's why we have addressed the issues the way we're doing it now.
That, and we're now subject to SWIP, where we were before.
yeah. And Horizon View Farms, I'll just throw this one out really quick, is part of the approval process with the developer. Because of previous problems in phase 1 and 2, and knowing that the slopes were the grades were similar, and we had the same developer on that, we actually required them as part of that approval process for the development to show us what the building paths were going to be and how the grading was going to occur between lots. And I have an additional paragraph in theirs, basically telling them that they've got to make sure if there's retaining walls needed, that they're in place as part of the construction of the home.
Okay, sounds good. Glad we've added that in there.
Okay, thank you. Real quickly, city celebration discussion. Nelson requested this. We've also talked about it in the past. We'll just make this very quickly. We're talking about maybe moving the date forward, maybe 1 week, maybe 2 weeks. I don't know that there is to me, what makes sense is that we look at calendars of ongoing events during that period of time. But because of some of the issues that we've had, conflict with our city celebration, we want it to be a success. We're just proposing that we move it ahead at least a week. Is there any other recommendation at this point beyond that?
A thought that I have is unofficial, it doesn't have to be part of the official voting that will take place. You know, we have early voting now, but I think the majority of voters will come in next Tuesday. We could have an informal poll as people come in, as part of that process, just ask them what their thoughts are. Just get the input from the residents as they're coming in, just ask them. Have them fill out a little thing and say, okay, keep it as it is, move it forward, move it And just as another way to get that, because we're gonna have residents coming in here that we wouldn't normally have.
So we could
Going in
possibly,
here.
the problem we'll have with that is, our poll workers are not going to be able to do that, it would have to be city staff, depending, we could certainly put out something,
Even if we had just a clipboard.
Most of them don't know why
Yeah,
it is
we'll-
no problem.
but
Yeah,
we can
well,
do that.
that was just a thought.
We're gonna skip the 4th of July because of the tremendous amount of conflict we've had in the past, but at least that was a discussion we've had in the past.
Yeah,
My
I think it would be
recommendation
good
is
to
move
go
it.
back to the
Oh,
first.
your team, okay, I've seen your name all over the stuff.
So, we were talking about moving it forward, it's on here for, we can still look at it, but we need to consider it. Whatever we do, we'll wait till after the elections to decide how we're going to assign it out to council responsibility. And we can make that decision officially even later than.
Yeah, I just,
Next,
I wasn't sure.
exploratory well, Royce, would you come and help us out here, please?
Yeah, when we were approving the capital facility plan, updating it,
Dave and I.
and especially when we did the water, one of the main issues in the water section was redundancy. And trying to be somewhat proactive, we want to address the redundancy issue and to do an exploratory well. Through research, this process is probably gonna cost about $170,000. But I think we're at a prime time when new development growth can take care of this. Currently, since July 1st, we have issued 30 building permits, and we do collect about a little over $5,600 in water impact fees. So I think, and then plus, we ended last year with about 92,000 in impact fees that are eligible for this, and this complete process would be eligible through impact fees, we could use them. The proposed site, after we've spent a lot of time with Craig and other people, and we've talked about high, and we've talked about, and the mayor can give the specific location, but I think through discussion, the better place for the exploratory well, since it does cost $170,000, is to go to the lower place where we own the land. And power would not be an issue, because if we go high, the cost of running power, purchasing land, definitely increase the cost from $170,000. And Cody, not being here tonight, he would.
He's sick, we'll excuse him.
But as we're watching, especially this year, the load on our current well and the expense that we are incurring with the current well, that we just see the need that we need redundancy. And again, trying to be proactive. And I think if we deal with this now, and then in the next few years, as growth continues and we collect this money, we can definitely create a chunk of money that will go towards that kind of thrown out number of the $1 million to drill the well. So we're not bonding for such a big amount of money. Anything else, Mayor?
I think you've covered it fairly well. There's 2 or 3 sites we've looked at, and the research has indicated that we are within the same water aquifer. If we take this test well and we would drill it on the northwest corner of the soccer field park in phase 2. The other options that we've heard about, we've talked about, we've investigated would be to go back up Loafer Canyon and maybe even expand that well itself. But to do that would require us to bring in 3-phase power, and that would be very expensive to run it as far as we would have to run it. It would be nice once it was in, because from there on it's mostly downhill, and that would be great. Either way, we have to pump it up out of the ground, whether we're starting up high or down low. We will still have to pump from down low up to the tanks. And part of that whole system will also be a dedicated pump line as opposed to a distribution line, which will make it more effective in the long run. One of the biggest problems we've got is we have to decide what are we going to do for redundancy if we're going to spend $150,000, $160,000, $170,000. Are we willing then to also commit to that well down the road? There's no reason to put $170,000 in a hole and not add on the additional dollars that's gonna take to finally put that well into actual production. And it won't be cheap, and the farther out we go, probably, the more expensive it will be. Inflation will take its toll in those situations. This past summer, the Cloward well has been running just about 24/7 during the summer. We've started to back off a little bit as fall has hit, and when we've had our wet spring, it was backed off a bit. So we're down to those kinds of options. You had a question, really?
Yeah, I know we've discussed the upfront costs, $170,000 to drill on the lower well.
That's an exploratory, just to
Right,
see
yeah,
what's there.
yeah, to
make
see
sure
what's there,
it's clear.
sorry, I have to
Oh,
be
that's
clear
okay.
on the exploratory well. It's more expensive to drill an exploratory well at the top of Elk Ridge. But if we drill one at the top of Elk Ridge, we don't have to have a dedicated pumping line, and we don't have to have those electrical costs to pump that every single day of the year for the rest of the life of the well.
We'll
So
still-
why the upfront costs are cheaper, have we looked at those numbers and what they are? So what are they?
And maybe Shay can kind of help us a little bit here. but-
Craig would be our better
Better.
wing.
I actually,
Okay.
unfortunately, don't know those numbers off the top of my head.
The biggest cost that we would bear would be running the electrical lines to it, because it's three-phase, you know, Paul back there nodding his head, I mean, we're talking, it could probably cost us as much to run the power as it would to drill the well.
Correct.
Honestly, because our code requires that all be buried lines, which brings the cost up more. I mean, there are a number of factors that play into it. There's a reason why the well that we have up there is not three-phase, because of the additional cost.
So we've got an extra $170,000 to put the power in. How much does it cost every year to pump, if we're pumping water up to a holding tank?
It's not 170,000,
It's
it's
a million,
1.5
you say.
million. The actual, once you've drilled your exploratory well, then you go in and you'll drill a larger well, and then you outfit that with pumps.
Right, but that has to be done on either well. Either well, you have to go in, once you have your exploratory well, and
Correct.
put your regular
Yeah,
well
and-
with
and
pumps.
if I understand
So
what
whether
Nelson
we
is
put
saying,
one
it's
point five million dollars in a well up top or $1.5 million in a well below, it's the same. What I'm asking is the ongoing cost.
and I think what Nelson is saying to you, if I get this correct, is it's gonna cost you 1.5 million additional to get three-phase power up to,
That's just
Another well.
upfront, so either you gotta save, which if we were in a position, which we're not, to say, well, let's just save $1.5 million, because our capital facilities plan, and based on our growth, the reason we have the capital facilities plan in place is it tells us when, based on growth, we have to do certain things in order to provide water, so that we don't end up like it was when you were growing up here, where, sorry, no water today, unless you live in the lowest part of town, and then you get water. So those are things that we have to consider.
But, okay, but we have all this future hillside residential. So once that's developed, how far would we have to pull power from? Because I understand pulling power from where we're at right now, but when we're,
Well, that's
when
another
this
well down
is,
the road.
when this is built out, how far would we have to pull power from?
And I think Nelson's right, plus that'll include one more
We're
well.
gonna have to, when this is all built, we're drilling a well here for this part. We're gonna have to drill a well up here for this part eventually.
And two issues going high, as we discussed high, is we have to go deeper, and risk of not hitting very good up there is a lot. Down here, we're pretty certain we're gonna hit, and we're gonna hit pretty good volumes down here.
It's a.
But up here, we're taking a lot bigger gamble, plus all the additional expense.
But do we have those actual numbers so we can look at and say, Here is the timeline it would take to recover costs of upfront, if we're gonna build the well up top versus,
Thank you.
There were costs put together.
In the capital facility, we went over all of them. It is there, and it was quite a bit higher. So you have, I mean, that's a part of that cost, but it's a matter of just putting facilities in place where we can at this point, and then as we grow, we'll reach out. I mean, we drill this well down here, if we hit water at 1,000 feet, we gotta go another 1,000, because when they close that canal, there'll be a whole lot less water in that ground. We wanna be as deep as we can go, and as deep as we can afford to go with that.
but that's another issue of maybe why we should drill up above instead of down below.
Well,
The
we're gonna have
risk
to anyway.
is significantly greater of not getting the water. If we get it, that would be marvelous. If we wait until this develops, that's another, it's too hard to foresee that future of the development up here on the hillside. That's really kind of a shot in the dark. It could happen, it was proposed to have happened a long time ago, and there was a reason people pulled out of it, because of the incredible cost to develop up there. There's a lot of issues going on with that. Some good questions, but any other questions, discussion on that issue? Real quickly then, Utah County Everbridge Alert System. And we were under the impression that we had a 3-year contract with Parlon for our notification system. They have sold, since we signed, Parlon sold to Cloud Services, and now they're Blackboard. And so right now our contract was up as of September 29th. And our cost per year was over $1,100 for Parlon. The Everbridge system that the county has contracted with, and most cities in the county are on that system. Our cost per annual, it's gonna be a little higher this first year because we had to wait to sign up because we thought we had that contract. We waited for here, and we tried to get information. So we'll have to pay $536 twice this year. For the remainder of this year, which goes to July, and then we'll have to do it, to March, excuse me. Anyway, and then we'll have to do another 536. After this first $1,072, $1,072, it will go to $536 per year. And the coverage is far superior. It was rated #1 in all of the alert systems in the United States. And it was, the research was done by, remember, it's the same company that Richard Jones worked for. Anyway, we're recommending that we switch over and we do it quickly.
That's about half of what the,
Yes.
the other contract was.
Yes. So, next, real quick, number 12, and then we're gonna close our work session, scholarship discussion. What we're asking the council is, can we move forward with a proposal to create a resolution to allow the city to collect funds by donation, not from the city coffers at all, and then there has to be, because it will be coming into the city, there has to be a budget item created. There has to be a way to distribute those dollars, and we have to have a resolution in place to be able to do that. That's what this is about. Questions about that, please?
I think the scholarship fund is a great idea. My question is, how much of an administrative burden is it going to be on our current staff?
And that's a good question.
Who's gonna award the scholarship, who's gonna?
At this point, the proposal has been, and I spoke with Curtis to get the information on how to structure this, and what we would do is we would have 3 citizens and 2 elected officials on the committee that would then bring forward to the council for approval the the parameters on which we would collect, who would be the recipients, what it would take to become eligible, and the chair of that committee would be a resident, not council or an elected person. And all of that would be brought together, hopefully within the next couple of months, so we could begin collecting the funds. It was suggested we could the city could put seed money into it, and I said, no, we won't do that, I'll put the first seed money in myself.
And I think that there are a number of people that look at that and it's advertised well in the city. You know, I would put into something like that. I think that type of administration would be done, and that's more of a citizen involvement.
There will be record keeping for following the donations and then the disbursements. But there would be a certain amount of that, when we talk about that, I don't know totally what that's gonna be, but I think it would be minimal. And if we had to, we could restructure it that we could take some of the donations for administrative costs, but I'd rather not.
What if you put something in the scholarship that said they had to donate, if they win the scholarship money, they have to donate so many hours to the city to help them?
Well, that's gonna be, I believe that's gonna be up to the committee to discuss. The parameters of that, we can sure throw that into the mix with the discussion.
Just my own comments, feelings, I think it's a warm, good, touchy-feely PR type of thing. I just don't feel like it's the whole of government. I mean, education costs are out of control because the federal government came in and said, you're gonna hand out grants, which then allowed for escalation of all the costs. I'm not saying that that's the case with this, but I just feel like it's not the government's role to be handing out money. I mean, we have residents within our own community that already have scholarship funds in place that scholarships are awarded to, and I would rather see us rally behind those existing ones who are doing it on a more personal level than the city getting involved in that type of, that's my 2 cents. I feel like that. I mean, I've been very involved in seeking money and contributing to that particular fund, and that's the Cody House Scholarship. I just feel like that has a lot more meaning to it than, well, let's just add one grant one year and the other cities are giving out scholarships because a lot of other cities are doing it.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, we're gonna close our work session, and we're going to quickly have opening remarks, pledge of allegiance. Do I have a volunteer for opening remarks?
Our dear Father in heaven, we come before thee at the beginning of this meeting, and we pray that the council will be able to understand and know the issues that stand before them, that they will be able to work together to come up with the best decisions for our community and the citizens that live here and support them. We pray that as citizens that we will be able to be supportive and understanding of the things going on and be involved and work together for the greater good of our city. We are truly blessed to live in such a beautiful place, touched by the this evening. We pray that thy spirit will be in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Feel right for the pledge of allegiance.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll need a motion to adjust our starting time.
I'll make a motion that we amend our starting time to 8:00 p.m.
Second by Paul. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Dale, if you need to excuse from me, go ahead. Thank you. We're gonna start with the scholarship decision to establish a resolution. Excuse me. Well, thank you. I do. Public forum. Sorry, those of you who came for public forum, if you'd like to address the council, if you'd take a moment, state your name.
Yeah, I just got a couple of things on this new development.
What's your
out
first
here.
name, Brother Hook?
Huh?
First name?
Don Hooks.
Don Hook. Thanks.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not really in favor of HOA. I've seen a lot of them happen. My father and mother got involved in them. And it worked for a period of time until people start moving on, and then it just falls apart. And it just gets opened up to the public. So it don't really stay a senior thing. You never see it when they move into these other ones. I really definitely am in favor of that. And another thing is, what kind of impact do you put that many people there? Is it gonna happen with the traffic going down that bridge? And now we have a heavy load going down there now. So that's gonna increase the traffic tremendously on that one road. So, and then, one other issue is, the water thing. If we're already low on water and stuff like that, why are they allowing this much development, which is taking a lot more water, which is gonna cause a whole bunch more expense to get the wells and all this in, which is gonna put an impact on people, higher water bills and so forth, like the one, on ours, the water went up, and then also the sewer went up because of all these developments. And so, us being retired and everything, we moved up here as retirement, so we, so all this is increase in money, takes a hit on people that's retired, so. I mean, it's like $10 here, $10 there, and $10 there. You add it all up over a period of time, it's quite a bit of money. So, that's.
Appreciate your comment, Ryan, thank you. And we'll make sure that that's noted. Jim?
Two parts. One, we haven't heard anything about what's going on with a potential stoplight down the bottom of Elbridge and 191 or whatever it is. 198. Is there any update on what's happening with that from the state or the county?
The closest I've come was, I've had several discussions with the Region 3 office in Orem, recommended several different things. They did the initial study, and then apparently they didn't do it correctly, is what they told me, and so they were gonna redo it again, and that they didn't think that there would probably be a stoplight immediately, but they had some other recommendations, but they were continuing to do a second study. And I asked, are you doing the study during the hours when, this was after school had started. First study came before school had started. And, so at that point, I'm still waiting to hear back. In fact, I was gonna try and call yet last Friday, and I forgot to get it done, to be honest. But I got a contact there, and we will continue those contacts. There are several other options that I think we have before us to push that issue. But we're gonna try hard to do some things with that. Ryan?
Talked to Cody today, I guess he's been talking to people about this. And the feedback that he gave me was that there really seems to be some pressure to wait until the other road goes through. And whether they go, I said, this is a couple years away before we have the Elbridge Boulevard going all the way through to Benjamin. And I said, if we wait till then, other accidents happen. So, this seems to be the way it's leaning right now, according to code. Unfortunately, it's not here now.
It is, they're wanting to do that, but there's several other things I've been working on with different groups. I have been talking with the school district because of all of the traffic. We want them behind us on this. We've talked with Salem City. I'm not sure where they're at on this because their studies indicate that you put a traffic light in and accidents increase. But they're talking about slowing the speed limit on the other side, the Payson side, to maybe 40. That's starting sooner.
Yeah, that's one of my thoughts too, maybe move it 40 mile an hour speed limit west. slow that traffic down.
And that's a possibility. I've also been talking with Woodland Hills Mayor. I've been in touch with several different groups trying to address the issue of not only putting in that stoplight, but trying to get Elk Ridge Drive at least from APA, the school down there, let's say on Canal Road, widened all the way to Highline Canal. I've got several things in the works that I'm trying to pull together, including support from the various agencies and cities in the area, and that might impact whether or not we get that stoplight sooner than later. When that Salem Parkway goes through, they've gotta put it in, but the technicality is they don't put it in until after they've done a review, after all the traffic is moving. We're trying to see if we can't go around.
Okay, thank you. Number two, concerning the senior overlay, we're discussing west of Park down here. I think it fits the community well, there's a demand for it, a need for it here, we don't have those types of things here. But I sense in the city council, maybe some code challenges, maybe that's gotta be reviewed and resolved if there are, before this goes forward any further. And the other thing is a private road, I have a real concern about that. The city won't be involved in snow removal, a lot of those I've seen, you get ice buildup on them in the wintertime, plus they're narrow, so it makes a real challenge for emergency vehicles to get through their ambulances and fire trucks. And my suggestion would be that that should be a public road right from the start, everything in there should be. Just allow for, emergency vehicles that will be in there, because there's gonna be more calls in that area than most normal neighborhoods because of seniors from time to time.
Please.
In regards to that, if it's a 55 and over, most of these people are gonna have children come and visit them. And there's no parking on side streets, right, after November?
Yeah. Any street.
Any street. So, I can see this being a problem there. Where is caregivers or children, whoever, where are they going to park? And another thing is, I watched the traffic on Elk Ridge Drive, and we're talking about how they need to put a stop sign down at the end. All that traffic that's going down there is coming past up here. And I have watched, and we have no sidewalks or anything going down on Elk Ridge Drive. I've seen children trying to cross there. I've seen strollers and mothers trying to jog down through there. It's highly dangerous. Now, we're gonna add another subdivision, I understand, I think it's probably needed, but I'm wondering, what, is there supposed to be a trail there, a bike trail, is there supposed to be anything that should go down on Elk Ridge Drive to accommodate bikers, strollers, children?
It's
Every day I see near misses.
It is part of a master plan. It's a matter of where we're gonna, when we finally have enough dollars within those impact fees and to be able to put them in. We continue to put them in, we'll continue to, yes, that is a very important area.
It's a very busy road, very, very busy, and I think it should be, just like that stop sign, or the light down there, it should be priority all along that road, because it's so much traffic coming in and out.
That's why we're, yeah,
And I know it's a budget issue, but somehow
yeah.
it's gotta be, especially if there's new housing that's gonna come in along the golf course and along on the other side, that's gonna be more houses and more people trying to come in, and it's a terribly, I watch it out my bedroom window. I watched 5 children trying to cross the other day, and I ran out of my house trying to get them across the road.
We're trying to, with this development, if it were to go through, whether it's this development or we just develop it as it's currently zoned, you will have probably equal amount of traffic coming out of that property, whether it's senior housing
Oh,
or
yes.
regardless. And whoever puts that in will complete part of that trail system right to, from Elk Ridge Drive down to, Park Drive down to Elk Ridge Drive, so that will be widened. It's just very preliminary, I only learned about it about 2 weeks ago, there's a possibility of a significant grant to maybe even add a trail going from that intersection clear up to, the end of, well, we go over Gladstone. So
Okay.
that's another possibility that's in the works, but we're still a ways away to get the detail we need for that.
The cars come off the hill
They
awfully
do.
fast,
Too fast.
and they don't stop. There's 3 cars I watch every morning at 5:30 that go down that hill, and they do not stop.
Give me the make and model and
I will get their license plates.
There's an
one of these
illegal
days.
parked Lexus outside, I know.
give me the make and
You
model.
want the make and model and license number?
I'm just saying, with that much traffic and coming off that hill, and you're putting in a subdivision, that with cars coming in and out of there, it's got to be controlled, but where the people can be on it and the cars can be on it. It's a bad area, it's as bad as down there when you're trying to get on that other road. I see it every single day, I watch these cars and these kids and women, a lot of joggers, women with strollers.
Okay, appreciate all the comments. We're gonna need one more, Erin.
Please. I wanted to address the council tonight specifically about some things that I've heard in the community. 2 other issues before that, though, just from being here tonight. Brittany, with the roundabout, you might want to consider like other fire vehicles that may have larger ones in bigger cities that may come to our aid if we were to need it to fit through the roundabout, especially if ours barely fits through William Hill. And with the water, I think you may want to talk to the landowners and people who might possibly develop up there and see if there's an interest in them helping the city with that. There always could be, there has been in the past. But what I came to ask the council tonight is there are rumors going through this city that I think the public has the right to know. There of things of money embezzlement, water bills being gifted to themselves and others.
Can I just take it real quick? One of the first things that comes to my mind when I hear this is rumors. Rumors have a source.
That's why I'm here.
And that's the frustration for me.
I understand that.
And we have dealt on the proper levels with the state. We have dealt with the attorneys. And we have moved forward according to the attorneys, according to the state, even the auditors I spoke with today, in the appropriate fashion. Could we have done something differently? Yes.
Are the consequences being done in an open meeting? Whatever's decided in a closed meeting should be done openly.
It was, no, that decision was done in the closed session.
Right,
And
but
no-
anything
No, but
acted
then-
on in
But
the
aren't the
closed session.
consequences for this individual's actions will be determined by the attorneys, the auditors, and the people that make those decisions. As soon as we became aware of the issue, action was immediately taken. That individual resigned.
With full
Retired, but-
benefits?
No.
She
I'm
was,
just asking about the rumors and
Well,
I'm at the source.
and that's the problem, is the rumors. But all of those things are being dealt with by the people who have the authority and the ability to do something. I can't go and say, you get a 30-year life sentence. It doesn't work that way. So that's why we have dealt with and given that information to the people that need to as soon as we became aware of it. I mean, I found out, I think it was on Monday, and we had an emergency council meeting like the very next
So
night,
The
and we
proper
needed protection.
authorities were who?
State
right
auditors?
now, the proper authority was me. I started this issue after I became aware of the issues. And I'm going to stop the discussion about it now because it has been dealt with, and I am frustrated that rumors have sources And I don't know what those sources are, and that's the frustration to me.
And I
Because
don't
it
know
was
what they are
closed
either, man.
session, the only option is there was some information within staff initially, before closed session was held. But since it has been held, that's where I'm going to leave it.
So have any other citizens come to the council to ask about that in the meeting? So I'm coming to the source, I'm not being a source of rumors. I think the public has a right to know if that happened with an appointed position.
I'm going to leave it where it is.
No, I think it's probably appropriate to note that the state auditor will be doing that auditing soon, and then that will be reviewed, and whatever, he will decide on whatever action that he feels is appropriate
And
for.
so will that audit be made public to the citizens?
That's on the
That's-
basis of the state auditor. You can take it up with the state auditor, but I won't take it any farther than that. Not without a court order.
So it might
I've done what I felt was the appropriate thing to do
I'm
as the
not
administrator.
challenging you,
Someone is,
and that's why I'm here to tell you that, is that maybe something should be said by the council or the mayor.
I'm not saying anymore, that we've already discussed it to the extent we're going to. That part of, we're through with opening forum, we're gonna move ahead. Scholarship decision to establish a resolution. Is there any further discussion or recommendation? I still feel it's a good idea that the city come across as being supportive of our students. That's why I brought forward the idea. I've had several residents indicate that they would be positive. I appreciate it, Nelson's position, but that's my recommendation.
I think the way that it was presented, I think it's fine, I don't see any problem with it personally. And I think that if that's something that we can do through private donation, and that you have that citizen committee that primarily will operate that, I would be in favor of it.
Any other discussion or motion?
Probably might as well bring it up at this point, I think, and decide what the group feels, and then it'll be another group in here after January. But I would move that we proceed with a resolution to establish a scholarship fund for Elk Ridge City citizens.
Is there a second?
Second.
I call. All those in favor?
Could we make that, on that motion, that funded by private donations and
Okay.
administered by a community, like, because the applications and decisions are all gonna be made by a committee of residents and not
Yeah.
city
So
council.
what this is just to create the resolution which can include all of those provisions. Right now, we just want to know, will the council help us with writing the resolution? And it doesn't have to be passed, and unless it meets the council approval, it wouldn't even be passed. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay. Is that a 3, 4 to 2, 4 to 1? Is that correct? Thank you. Next, we're going to appoint, we've discussed this in the past, but we technically need to appoint Jen Butler as our current treasurer. Is there a motion? You need a motion to do that.
I'll make a motion to appoint Jan Butler as the city treasurer.
Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay. Due to qualifications of not having previously held that position or accounting
Okay.
experience.
exception noted, carries 4-1. Senior overlay zone request approval, recommended from the planning commission. Any further discussion? Any motion?
Oh, is there,
No. I think we have kicked it around. I think it is open for the discussion there, and I think what if I understand it right, what we're looking for here is just an authorization or a recommendation to approve that overlay for this zone. I was at the planning commission when it was presented last week, and they discussed that at length. It seemed to be the consensus of all of those there. I didn't hear any negative that was presented there, that they felt like this was something that fit well in that area, and that it could be a positive part of what we want the community to look like, to have different areas fitting different demographic ages and so forth. And their recommendation was that they forwarded it to the planning commission for approval. But, and I think things that were discussed and even some of the concerns, I think, we discussed originally when it was first presented that we probably are gonna need an easement, at least a 25-foot easement down that side, and we need to establish some parking on this upper section of the park. The concern that you brought up is the same one Jim brought up also, that you need some place as kind of an overflow where they can park to if they're for visiting and so forth. I think that's something that could maybe be worked out, that we make a parking area
Is
there.
anyone ready to make a motion to approve it? If not, we need to move it on to, for more discussion.
Okay,
What we're asking for, is there any motion to apply the overlay zone requested?
I'll make that motion, because I think it's good. Bring it up, then you see where everybody says so. So I make a motion that we approve the senior overlay zone change request as discussed and presented this evening.
Is there a second? If there is no second.
I'll second.
Second by Paul. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
It does not pass.
Okay.
3-2.
Mr. Mayor, is there any way I can have a chance to address some of the concerns that were brought up during the work session? I can be brief. I know y'all got a huge agenda, but I thought that I would have
More of an opportunity.
time here because for something that fits so perfectly with the code, I just wanted to address some of the concerns. And really what it comes down to is, I can definitely see where you're coming from, the density issues. I was chairman of the Pleasant Grove Planning Commission. I sat there for 3 years. I've been on your side of the table. I know how it is, and I run for city council and things like that. But the reason why projects like this would require a little bit more density, which is really not a ton more, but it's a little bit more. It's still less than 40 acre, is the nature of a senior housing project. You're going for traditionally a little bit more of an affordable unit. If we were to decrease the density on this big piece of property, which is a valuable piece of property here in Elk Ridge, very desirable zip code, to something like equivalent to third acre densities, which you'd be lucky to get, 30 or 40 units on there, you'd be trying to sell senior housing, people that are living on a fixed income, you'd be trying to sell them a 3-bedroom, 2-bath unit for $400,000. And that just doesn't make sense, for that kind of demographic. Now, we all know, I mean, the mayor brought it up in the work session, we've had multiple discussions with people in and out of the city and in southern Utah County, that there is a huge demand, and we've, you know, all the communities are getting ready for it. I know it's been a topic here in Anchorage before, I've seen the minutes or seen the notes on it, where I know that it's definitely gonna be needed here. I mentioned earlier about just some of the basic market research that we've done, and people are ready to move on this, and we are ready to provide this type of housing and meet the needs of the people that are already living in this community and the people that want to live in this community. So I ask you, you know, to consider that when it comes to the density issue, that, you know, moving just from the, not even 4 units to the acre, it will still meet and feel like Elk Ridge. It will feel, like we mentioned earlier, it will feel less dense than the low density of, 3-4 units per acre, because of the single story nature of the development, and with all the big open spaces, not just the main 3-4 acre space in the middle that will keep natural, but also the pocket parks that will also be there. And as far as parking, traffic, any traffic engineer will tell you that this is the most this is one of, if not the most desirable type of development that a city could want when it comes to traffic impact, because of the trips generated per day. When they fit into the calculator, you're talking about a significantly smaller amount of traffic that's going to be generated by 55 and older community.
I don't think so.
But traffic engineers will tell you, because they don't have kids, they're not going to school and things like that. And
Everybody's gonna have a car.
and they
Plus the
will.
people gonna come to visit.
But it will be a minimal impact compared to, say, even if this were to go single family, third acre development, you're gonna get more impact, from traffic, from third acre housing, single family housing, than you would senior housing. Any traffic engineer would be able to verify that. So I don't want the traffic to be concerned and the parking to be a concern, because there will be 2 car garages in each unit, and each of those will have tandem parking. They'll have their own driveway space behind that. So it should be more than accommodating for visitors, and we wouldn't have to worry about people parking on the street. The public-private road issue, that's something that we can definitely work out with the city. I'm on board with you if we think there's a concern there for emergency personnel or something like that. We can look at that. That's a viable concern, if it needs to be widened or whatever, if we need to change that cross-section. Yeah, no, yes.
So, yeah, there were, really, that was my number 1 issue, is the private road. Number 2, and this was something we didn't even talk about previous to this, each year when we have our city celebration, we're talking about a development right next to the park, and where does all the overflow parking go? All the streets around here, and where that private road, I can just see the tow truck coming in and hauling people off, and the amount of grief that would cause, besides the fact that there are other issues with it being a private road. But if that can be changed to a regular residential road, as I read the code here, it says the senior housing overlay can be applied to the R12 and the R15,000. Not, the density isn't different in the 12 versus the 15, it can be either or that this can be applied to. And so really, at this point in time, my only rub is with your private road.
Yeah.
Just so that you're aware of that, okay?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Mr. Abbott, I don't want that to be a sticking point for you to give us a non-affirmative, vote, because it's something we would gladly work out. There will be a development agreement. That development agreement, every one of y'all is going to be able to read that. We can specify, we can write that according to the verbiage that y'all feel fit. I don't see this as being some kind of a gated community feel, like very exclusive, where if there's a festival at the park, people are gonna wonder, am I gonna get towed for parking here? And I'm saying in the HOA agreement, we can write it in there where they can't just call and tow people as long as they're not parked there overnight or something like that.
I'm speaking from my own experience, because my office in Payson is adjacent to a senior housing development where the road is quote private.
Yeah.
And I've had clients towed, even though there's plenty of room and they're not blocking anything because they don't want them parking there, and so, I mean, I know what your intent may be.
Yeah,
Typically with the older crowd, they have more time to pursue some of these things, whereas, I mean, you look around this group here, there aren't too many, with the exception of the high school kids that have to come here for a class, there aren't too many young people that come to these meetings, and the reason for that is they're too busy running around with their kids, doing their thing, and so,
I'm
you
with
know,
you.
I mean, that's,
If it means making it a public road, I'll commit to you right now to where we'll make that a public road if that's what it is. Cause I
that's my
can't,
only issue.
I'm just saying, I can't move on to throw money at a preliminary plat and get my engineers designing that road until we get the concept approval and buy the property from the Clowards.
All right, so with that in mind, just bear with me here, Mayor. I make a motion that we approve the senior overlay zone change request, subject to there being public roads throughout the entire development.
Can I add on that, the exception that we've asked for, that we look at full 15.19 acres?
Yes.
The density of all that instead of the maximum 6 acres at a time?
You get all that, Melanie?
Mhm.
All right.
She's good.
There's been a motion,
I'll second that.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 3 to 2. It's been passed. Moving on. Harrison Heights Phase 4, lot line adjustment for lot number 23. Any more discussion? If not, a motion, please.
After you, I will make a motion that we approve the Harrison Heights Phase 4 lot line adjustment for lot 23.
Second,
Second.
by Dale. All those in favor?
Any other discussion real quick? You remember, I'm the one that voted no on this before because this issue wasn't addressed. Now it has been.
Is this yours? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Unanimous. Number 5, motion, Harrison Heights Phase 7, final plat approval. Discussion? Motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the Harrison Heights Phase 7 for the final plat approval.
Second. I'm sorry? Brittany, second? All
No,
those-
I didn't second.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Dale?
I second
All those in favor?
it. Aye.
I,
Opposed?
we need to sign in on that one. Is there a Mylar here for us? to
No,
sign?
but there is a Mylar on phase 4. This we're gonna improvements on the left, so when it's finished, we're gonna Mylar.
Number 6, amendment to preliminary plat for Elk Ridge Meadows phases 5 through 10. Discussion. Motion?
I make a motion that we approve the amendments to the preliminary plat for Elk Ridge Meadows, phase 5 through 10.
A second
I'll second it.
by Nelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 1 abstain, 4 carries. Number 7, amended development agreement for Elk Ridge Meadows phases 5 through 10. Discussion.
Yes. I had a few things on this so that we need to talk about, planning fishing. Okay, let's start with payments on the neighborhood park and new payments. Had a couple issues regarding that. The close to 2 acres, 1.94 in terms of what the park is. There was one appraisal done for $100,000. I think that is super low for 2 acres in Elk Ridge. Incredibly low. $100,000, $50,000 per acre.
I think $150,000 per acre in Elk Ridge. That's, you would drive the developer out.
She's saying.
I didn't say 150,000. I
I'm
said
sorry, I thought
the
that's what I
appraisal
heard.
came in at at $50,000 per acre, which is
Right.
super low in Elk Ridge. There was one appraisal done by the developer, and I think we're giving away our land. That's our land, that's our 2 acres of park. And if we wanna sell it back to the developer, great, but it needs to be at fair market value, and I think that 100,000 is not fair market value.
So what,
I think we need to have another appraisal done, or we need to negotiate on that. That's one thing in this contract that's not been negotiated on. The developers come and said, here's what we're gonna do, and we put this contract together,
All
but
I've
there's been
done-
no negotiating.
so you know, all I've done is provided everything that I was asked of me. Whether
And,
they be bids, appraisals, all that stuff, I only have control over that.
right, no, and that's
And it was
fine.
appraised with comps all in the area. I'm paying less than that, I paid way less than that for Elkridge Meadows to begin with. Obviously, that was a little bit of distress sale. I'm paying less than that for all of Harrison Heights. So everything that I bought up here, I'm paying less than that for another project that I'm looking at right now. So it's easy to say that, but I can only go off of, and the appraisals only go off of what you can find for comparables of what is a.
Are you willing to sell it for that amount? We can make a deal right now, cause I'd be happy to buy it for,
So,
you know what I mean? I think it's worth way more than that.
So-
So if you think it's worth 100,000, you should be
so
willing to
there's
sell
more
it for
to it than
100,000.
just that. It's the improvements, it's all the other things that will.
No, I know it's unimproved land. I know it's unimproved land. Unimproved land, 2 acres of unimproved land in Elk Ridge is worth more
So-
than 50,000 an acre.
So if you, again, you're saying that without, you're saying you haven't had any appraisal, you're saying that. I hired a professional appraisal, that talked to us, said, look, I need an appraisal on this. All he can do is pull the comps of everything that's sold. And I'm telling you what other things have sold for. It's easy to go out and throw a blanket, well, I'll just buy that. But it's a different thing to have an appraisal in hand and say, well, this is what.
If you look at lots that are currently selling in Elk Ridge,
It's not a
They-
lot. You're
well,
looking at it the wrong way.
okay, but that lot can have 10 houses developed on it. So
Right.
it can become a lot.
After
Very-
all the improvements are done.
Yeah, but that's not hard. I mean, not that it's not hard, Dean, I didn't do that in the wrong way. I mean, what I mean is, you do that
There
every
should be a
day.
developer.
No, what I mean is, you do that every day.
Sure. So all
And all
I'm
the
saying
lines
is,
are
Brittany,
there, so the connections can be
I
put
have provided
in.
everything that was asked of me.
And that's
So
fine,
what-
I'm saying from a city
What you're saying
standpoint,
is that we ought to get an appraisal?
we need to get an appraisal, or we need to go negotiate this and all the terms of this, because there's quite a few terms in here that I don't think are beneficial to the city.
Why don't we move that we make, move this second appraisal? What the city's cost?
Yeah. I'm fine by that. So,
Go
yeah.
through the other issues first.
Okay. So help me understand why we are giving you 138,000 to landscape the trail, for when, and it says we're giving that and additional density. Why are we giving both of those
We're
things?
not giving
We're not giving
138,000, that's what it's going to cost him to landscape the trail.
This says a partial offset of
Well,
development
no,
costs
that
of
was- oh,
landscape
okay,
trail
sorry.
at Elk Ridge Drive.
Okay, let me go back and tell you the history behind this.
Okay.
So that then you'll understand it. So Elkridge Meadows phases 5 through 10, when it was conceptually approved, so this is back in 2010, that we conceptually approved it. The trail, the landscaping on the trail, the city recognized that there was additional cost to that landscaping. We weren't requiring that of other people on trails to landscape, because we end up with this wider area. Most trails, you don't have this large wide area around them to landscape. It's just left, phase 1, the little spots where the trails cut through, they were just left as natural open space. And so the city recognized that and agreed to waive the park impact fees on the development to help offset that cost. Okay, so now what we're at is that now that what Dean would like to do is, he's saying reinstate the park impact fee to help pay for this park, this park in lieu fee, so he doesn't have to pull as much cash out with that. The benefit to the city by doing that is that we get the money quicker to be able to spend on the other parks, because it will start with, I said it at building permit number 30.
30 days.
Dale was talking to me beforehand and asking, well, why 30? And it just has to do with the timing of this. I didn't know how many building permits would be in place by the time we got to the development agreement. So I'm just trying to set it at something I know that we're not going to be up to right now. We're at like 25 or 26. So Dale was saying, well, you know, as part of that approval, can we say go to the current, whatever the current end of the development agreement, the building permits is, and then adjust the numbers that way. And so basically, as we have building permits accrue, we have that 23,993 coming in with each building permit
Yep,
towards that offset.
okay.
So basically what we're doing is reinstating the building, the park fee, impact fee, and that's going to pay towards this park. So if you don't wanna reinstate the park impact fee,
No, I get
And then
we're reinstating the park impact fee. But then we're gonna credit it towards the developer's payment to us.
of the park, yeah, of the park, for the park.
So, yeah, so every house that's built in Elkridge has a park impact fee. So, but we're saying in this case, we're gonna give that impact fee back to the
No,
developer.
we're not giving it back to the developer, the city's keeping it.
Well, the city's keeping it in lieu of him paying us money for the park.
Correct. But you've gotta go back to why that impact fee was, we made a specific decision not to assess that park impact fee on phases 5 through 10. Because we were requiring the landscaping of the trail, which was above and beyond what we were requiring anybody else to do.
But the landscaping was for additional density
The
though.
fee is $9.85.
No, the landscaping wasn't for additional density. Your
So-
additional density comes from open space and parks. There's nothing in there that says that
So-
you have to
okay, so we're saying
landscape the
that-
trail for
Hey,
additional
one-
density.
Let him finish, please. You go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Well, that's it.
One of the things we need to remember here, this development is also part of phases 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and some of that open space and those impact fees and so on and so forth. We're not saying that all of those lots, those impact fees that are gonna be collected for those lots will only go to that one little pocket park. It was actually designed in its conception as part of this PUD to help cover the cost of all of these. I mean, that's how Randy Young put this thing together. And if you want comps on the value of the property, we have that.
I know we do.
So, you know, and that comes out to between 69 and 70,000 an acre.
Yeah. That's,
We paid for it, we've already got it,
I know we do.
so.
That's what I'm saying, when they say there's no.
On the other property,
we've
Right
got-
across the street.
Right across the street. We already have, and I didn't know if we were gonna disclose that information of.
So the question is, so just in talking with value, and I didn't know anything about that. Again, like I said, I did everything I was asked. This has been going on for a long time. If that's something you wanted, it would have been nice to do that. I mean, we've done a lot of work. Shay has busted his butt on this thing with hours and hours. We've been talking about this forever. Now we're dropping it now. But the question is, and when you look at value, again, this is what I do for a living, or as real estate. One piece of property that you're doing that has multiple uses of possibility is different than another piece. You're talking about a corner that has some other use to it, possibly, you know, and a location. Location is everything. A piece on a bench, a piece of property that was along the bluff in Elkridge is gonna be a lot more expensive than a piece that's in the.
And I
other one.
understand that.
So be careful with when we're saying, we already have an appraisal and we have.
We have a reference point
Right.
to work
Yeah.
on.
And my thing to you is, do you believe that's a fair market value? Because if you do, I'm willing to
Absolutely,
sell
I
it.
paid $20,000 an acre But because we're doing, so this as a whole is not just the value of the ground, it's a park in lieu of, that's a lot of fees that are going to help the city. That's how these things work. You're looking at it as if it's a finished piece of ground that, you know.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at it as raw land, specific raw land. And my complaint with this contract is, and you may have done everything you needed to, but our city planner and engineers hasn't involved us in this at all. We get this 64-page contract on Monday to read through and come here, and I'm saying there's issues with it that we need to discuss and renegotiate
That's not
before
true,
we sign it.
Brittany. The value of the park, the appraisal's been here for a long time and it's been discussed. Months ago.
Actually,
That-
has been before.
Yeah,
It's
the
been before
value
council,
has.
a lot of these issues have, so it's not something we've just dropped all this
No,
stuff.
I'm just saying this contract.
The problem we've got,
But we've got land values in here, we've got trail costs, we've got lots of costs in here with only one bid by one contractor. And here we are, my job is to represent the citizens of Elk Ridge and to make sure they're getting a fair shake in this deal.
Sure.
And one bid from one contractor, there's nothing to compare it to. We need to go back and do some more work before we can sign this contract.
So how do you provide your, like, for instance, your sewer thing you're voting on? If it's a bid, it's a legitimate bid from a contractor who's willing to do the work for that price,
And we get multiple bids,
right?
that's how. So
And
I
so
think
the
we
only
need
thing that
multiple
could do is
bids.
go down, right? If you're talking about the improvements. If I'm getting it from a professional landscaper, this is what I'll do this for. I mean, you're acting like it, we're gonna go on the highest number. It's not how it works. You go on the lowest number, right?
No, but this is money that you were gonna put into a park and you no longer have to put into a park, so you're paying to
A
this.
park that I was being reimbursed, I mean.
Right, so you're paying back to the city, so this is money that should be coming to the city, and I wanna make sure we're getting fair value for it. I mean, that's the basis of this, all of the issues with this contract. I think there needs to be multiple bids and discussions and negotiations over terms
I
of this
think
contract.
it would be really worthwhile to have you and anybody else on the council who would like to sit through all of the values that we have brought to bear in this whole issue to make it viable for Dean, so that the city is going to have additional dollars that we can put throughout the city. We're not going to have to hire another full-time worker to take care of that park. I mean, there are so many issues that we have addressed. These few pages is nothing compared to where we started. And maybe that's what we need to do. I've sat down with Shay, I don't know how many times, and we have penciled it out dollar upon dollar upon dollar upon dollar upon dollar. End result, if he paid $40,000, if we only gave him $80,000 for that. The end result for the city, from my perception, sitting in these meetings, we're ahead. It is a value for the city far beyond $100,000 price for 2 acres of land.
Okay, but here's the issue. Just because the city gets some money, doesn't mean that's fair to the city. The city should get fair value for their land.
We're
And
getting,
even if we get $50,000, okay, we're ahead by $50,000, but that may not be fair to the city, and that's my issue. Is I don't think these numbers are fair to the city, and I would be happy to come meet with Shay and Dean and whoever else we need to have these discussions and get this contract drafted.
see, what I'm saying is, there is compensation. It isn't just the $100,000 for 2 acres. There is additional compensation that is happening. There is a expanded trail and that goes down along Elk Ridge Drive that he doesn't normally have to pay for something like that. That's been put on his back and he's been willing to carry it. There are so many other issues. It isn't just that fair market value. You can say it's $90,000 cash, but we're looking at far more than just cash.
We're crediting him for those things. We've got park strips and sleeves
Yes,
and
we are.
we're crediting him for that. So
Park strips and, they're not crediting you
No.
for those. I'm
the
putting those
curbing
in.
and
I'm
sleeves,
putting those in because council asked for
The
them.
curbing.
No,
and
I'm not
streets are
asking for any
additional.
reimbursement, I'm saying let's figure out, move this project forward. There is so much born on this project, it's sick. The road alone is about $1 million. For a road that, whose benefit is that road? Is it development? You will never pass that again in any city. It will never pass through the state legislation. Because you're not allowed anymore, they shut that off years ago, that a city come in and said, well, we want to, let's get this, and well, let's have the developer pay for this. If it's a benefit for the entire city, then it needs to be borne by the entire city, not just by a developer. A developer puts in the roads and the infrastructure that's pertinent to what it would be to develop those. A lot of these extras, we're just trying to get through it. I'm not asking for anything here. I got an appraisal that I was asked for. I called up an appraiser, didn't have any issue with him. I went through and they said, get this, I got the bid here. I provided everything that was asked for me. And it kind of, there's a little bit of sickness to this with how much has been put into this project for benefit to the city, is saying, oh, wait, there might be an extra, even the park strips going down the lane, that's not part of my development. Look, it'll look good, it's not a huge issue to me, but I'm willing to do that. So I feel like I give and give and give, and to come to a meeting and saying, well, this appraisal's, then get your own dang appraisal. You could have did that months ago. This thing has been in front of you guys for months.
and we have a similar appraisal, Dean. I'm
It's
not
not
mad
a
at you.
similar
I
appraisal, it's
understand.
a different piece of property, okay? You can't take a corner of a prominent area of the city that has a use of different than little lots down there in the middle of Elk Ridge Meadows that's hard enough to sell a lot for $60,000 to begin with. You think that ground is worth this astronomical amount of time you develop it that's, my electrical is probably $8,000 a lot alone with Strawberry Electric. Development is about $35,000. You work those numbers and great, be an armchair quarterback and think that, oh, sell it to me. There's a lot more to the development than you guys know about. And the cost of this subdivision is insane. The benefit to the city with roundabouts and entry monuments and all the different things and donating the open space to help with the storm drain, putting park things down. I think personally, I've been over backwards to push this along and create a better community. Now, you could disagree with that if you want. I say you go through, let them finish going through the development agreement. You've got issues, talk about them, vote on it. If you vote to table it and do more research, great, but let's get through the rest of it. But I'm telling you right now, that it's a little bit disheartening and sickening of the things they're asking me that I keep, okay, I'll do that, okay, I'll do that. There comes a time when this park thing, it was an idea we had that, look, we had too many parks. At that point in time, we were gonna be putting the upper park here. It came to my attention that, look, we probably need to look at that. We can't afford as a city. I'll look at it. I've seen this idea in other cities, we can do improvements in lieu of, and it creates a great fund to help improve the other ones. I'll look at it. I pay for all the engineering, I push everything forward, I give you guys everything you ask. And then we come to a meeting that you're ready, yes, you had this agreement right then, but all these things have been discussed for a long time. That's my issue.
And I understand that. I understand you're frustrated and you're mad. You have to understand my position is to represent
Well,
the
Brittany, when you're
residents
coming to
of
me and saying,
Elk
sell me the grant, I mean, that's ridiculous for a city council person to say.
Ridge. No,
Ridiculous.
I'm just saying, if you really think that's fair market value, you should be willing to sell it
Why
for that
wouldn't I
much.
say that? It's an appraisal I paid for. I paid for it, you didn't.
I know, but I'm saying, if you really think that's the value of it, then you should be willing to sell it. And if you're not willing to sell it at that
I'm not
matter,
gonna sell it as part of my development, I'll put the park in.
If
That's
he-
the
But I'm saying,
difference.
we
I'm not
need-
gonna sell
we
it.
need to negotiate and get
I'm
more
the one to
bids.
build the whole subdivision. You're gonna go buy that, well, I'm going to put all the roads in and the roundabout and all the highway and everything in that's going into the 7-figure plus and all the stuff I'm doing. You're not doing that. I'll build a park first. I don't care. It's like the roundabout. I don't care.
It's-
Make a decision and move on.
It's not about me buying it, Dean. It's about,
Yeah,
this
but
has
you
not
want,
been negotiated, and this is about, we have one and one only bid on every number in this contract. Anywhere in this city, if we do a project, we do not get one bid. We
You're
get
crazy.
multiple bids.
You're not paying for this stuff, you're not looking at it right away.
Can I say something? I think at the heart of all of this is you're questioning his integrity as a person, and that's what's offensive. Like, I'm just sitting here watching this, and he's offended because he's a fair businessman. He's saying, I've given you and done all of this. He does that for a living. If he thinks it's fair, then get another appraisal, but don't question his integrity.
And there was
questioning
items,
his
just so you know,
integrity.
there are
I like-
items that came back from Shay to say, look, we need to look at this number, and there's numbers that changed in that, as we had to relook at it. This isn't something that Shay just threw together. This is, how many hours do you think you put on this, Shay? And how many times did we go back and forth and make sure we had everything in there? And everything that we thought that wasn't enough, we got another bid for. We got hard bids
We've
for
covered a
it.
lot of it. I just want to say, I know this agreement hasn't come to council. Why hasn't it come to council? Because everything hasn't been put together yet. That's the natural process of things. It comes before, the final agreement comes before council at the very end, right?
Right, so
Okay,
don't get
so-
mad at
no,
me
no,
for
no,
asking
I'm not-
questions
I'm
about
not-
it.
I'm not mad at you, and I'm not.
I don't want you to be mad at me.
Find
I
a
like
better way
thinking,
to
and I'm
state
not,
your concern,
No,
Brittany.
I
Shay needs to speak.
and it has
Hold
nothing
on.
to do with your
All I
integrity.
want to,
Shay needs to speak.
all I want to say is that all the way through this process, I have involved the council as much as, probably more so than we typically do. In the typical process, we go through the TRCs, a council member isn't involved in TRCs. We go through planning commission, and then we bring it before council. In this case, this appraisal has been through the council. It was the council that asked for the appraisal, and then it came here, and we had a discussion about this a couple months ago. And the council, and a lot of these other items have been before the council as separate items and discussed. I've sat down with Dell on it on multiple occasions, and we've gone through the
And we've
numbers and
discussed
looked
the
at it.
low value of this as a council. So then it comes up in a contract, we need to discuss that. I'm trying to have a discussion here tonight, because this is the time that we discuss it, in open session with the residents, to
Dale,
discuss the
you
issues
have a
of the
comment,
contract.
please.
Yeah, I was just gonna comment that actually, I had that same concern initially. And I was just trying to figure out what this whole park, and I did get a bid, for a landscaper, and it was quite a bit higher and so forth. But I have gone, actually, as you look at the whole process, and then I did discuss and negotiate, I'd wanted to get the planter strips in the middle. I just felt like that was an enhancement, for it. We kind of worked that out originally. I'm thinking this is low. I think maybe we ought to have 300 instead of 250. But the other thing that was brought up by Shay there also, as we discussed it, is with those 10 lots, there's an additional 100, just for the impact fees that will come to the city from that for the
That's
sewer
in the
and
memo,
water.
yeah.
And what?
It's in the memo.
Yeah, it's
Not
there.
there,
All the
is
minutes are
$100 and some $1,000 that would be an additional amount. And I had kind of resolved it to myself and decided, I think we live with this, it's gonna be $244,000. We did have that landscaper bid, that his was broken down, and I felt like a couple of the areas were the lowest, so they had specific contracts or bids on them there, so I think, and I had decided, I think we're gonna live with this. And I think that is part of negotiation and compromises that go on, but I don't think that that's not an unreasonable question to bring up. But I did check a few other, the son-in-law is a developer, and they bought that piece of property that's by the Meadows Phase 1. And I was, when we were discussing that originally, that I think it's around 60,000. Well, you don't wanna use our figure. I was asking, what would you buy that for? And it's like Dean's of, he's 20,000, you know, it was like 35 or 40,000 an acre for raw ground, you know, down in that development that they're doing. And so and son-in-law said, yeah, I think maybe that's a little low, but but I think you're in the ballpark there. He said for raw ground, if you're looking at raw ground. And it is a little bit, you know, depending on the location and stuff, so I kind of adjusted my thinking a little bit down. And it's possible that, you know, if we were kicking it around, negotiating, you know, there's room for another 5 or 10 and something in there. But, yeah,
Donations.
it was,
already there.
but I finally, you know, I came to that, I was thinking that, no, originally we discussed it.
Now
Wow,
it's-
that was-
Well, we
that was
discussed
close.
it.
You know,
Now, you know, I've been involved in this muddy mess almost since day one, because I've been involved through this whole process. Dean is doing things, like he said, if we had a developer come forward today and said, and the city told him, you gotta build a brand new road, a new entry to our city, they'd tell us, go flip and fly a kite. They would. It would never fly. We would be bearing 100% of that cost of that road, even in a PUD setting. Second item, okay, we're gonna pick up almost 100,000 in impact fees. We're gonna get, right now, based on our current tax rate, $3,000 to $5,000 more a year in property tax revenue. These people are gonna be hooked into our systems, helping pay to maintain and cover the cost of appreciation of the water lines, sewer lines, roads, snow removal. They're gonna be contributing members of our community. The other thing too here, you know, even down to the appraiser on this. I have worked with this particular appraiser. I've seen his paperwork, his appraisals come across my desk a lot in the business that I'm in. And I can tell you right now, he doesn't inflate. He doesn't mess around. He's a good, honest man. I know his father personally, and I would never impugn his integrity. It's a fair market value. Second, in addition to that, I went and I looked up property values for just raw ground, like this is right now, in my neck of the city, just outside of the inner city, you know. And, you know, right now, and it was just reassessed by the county, because they came through and reassessed my whole little neck of the woods, and they're appraising that ground right now at about $29,000 an acre. That's the value that they're putting on. Now, it's not the full amount, that's a percentage of it. So that tells me we're with plus or minus probably 5% at the end of the day. But what are we trying to accomplish here? One, we're trying to get this stinking albatross and more park space off of our neck. We're trying to come up with a way to move this thing forward so we can have a nicer, better community. We've got a way where we can take the impact fees now instead of instead of him putting in more liabilities to us, we're gonna be able to take those impact fees and put them to a higher, better use to improve things here at this park and down on the north end and make things better for everybody in the community. And I'm ready to vote and make this thing happen as it has been presented. I took the time to go through this entire thing, and I went back and I pulled out my old development agreements, the old ones, and I've looked at, and I'll tell you, you know, having gone through this issue of negotiating with Randy Young and then with the school district, this has been a much more pleasant, and the finished product has been far better than it was with those individuals. And they actually had a lot more to gain out of it than he did, than Dean does, so that's where I'm at.
Any further discussion?
No, and let me just say, this is not about anybody's integrity. This is about when we, as a city, are going to do a project, we get more than one bid, and there's not any of that in this. And we didn't ask him for more than that.
Yeah,
He
we
gave us
should
what
have
we
done
asked
that.
for.
That's
And
all.
I'm just saying,
That's all.
I think we need that. That's my issue.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
I will make a motion that we approve the amended development agreement for Elbridge Meadows phases 5 through 10.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
With the qualification, we go ahead and do what we should have done in the beginning. You're right, we screwed up.
necessarily saying you screwed up. 'Cause there's a lot.
I agree with you. So you're saying, when you get that, is that the only primary thing you're looking at? Is getting the
How
appraisal?
much is the appraisal gonna cost us?
Yeah.
$500?
1,500 for a land appraisal.
There has to be a motion then that we get the appraisal and spend that money.
You just saved it on that road up there that we did for good things.
Well, we still have to make the motion, someone wanna make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we get appraisal on the 1.96 acres down in the Elkridge Meadows Phase 5 through 10 land, park land that we're, sorry, that's a using motion, let me start up.
Do you want a single appraisal, or do you want multiple appraisals so you can be fair?
What do we want?
We need at least one offsetting appraisal.
Well, if you're gonna make the argument that one isn't good enough, two isn't, you gotta have at least three. Because it's the same reason that two of us can't vote and pass them. So you gotta be prepared to spend the extra money. I think we're stepping over dollars to save a few dimes, in my opinion, so.
That's part of the process.
And I mean, does that change anything with the park strips going, I mean, cause there was other things that were part of that when it was, well, we're not, you know, there was some concern with Dale, and I said, well, Dale, he really wants to put those park strips in. Are we gonna bid those out and take those off of this also? Cause I think that would be only fair. I mean, I shouldn't have to add anything to this project whatsoever. I think I've done, you know, when that school was negotiated, they don't have to do anything. Their whole deal is like, who negotiated that thing? They don't have to contribute on any road frontage that they have, the highway, nothing. That's all on me. So, you know, we're gonna,
Yeah.
There's no 30-year offsite reimbursement for the half width plus 9 on that road like
right,
some of this other stuff we do.
exactly.
There is like aren't you trying to get, when the school comes in, trying to get reimbursed half of the road?
No, he
In
can't.
the
I
agreement?
can't, because it was in the agreement when,
Cause it
Yeah.
wasn't in this,
Like I
No.
said, he's been more than fair.
no,
well,
it
no,
was,
cause I was gonna say, in here.
it was
in
brought
the-
to the council that it didn't have to be paid and they approved it.
When they,
And this is why I go through these agreements so thoroughly, is because back in 2005 when this started, things were not done that should have been done.
Yeah, but Shay is a professional and he has really analyzed this agreement.
Now,
I just want to say something about the school, if you don't mind. And this is,
I
when
mean, I
that,
wasn't
when
here
that
on
was
this.
negotiated, and that land was negotiated to sell, if you look at that agreement, those guys got a huge freebie on that. They did have to pay that water fee, but other than that, and they were credited, all this property was credited to it wasn't Randy Young at that point, who was the second person that, it was sold through the
Was
second
it
person.
Dave Bellheim or?
It may have been,
Yes.
Tom
but
Bellheim?
anyway, the developer at the time received a credit for selling all that land, received a credit as open space for selling all that land to the school. The school wasn't required to put the roads around there's some roads that they're required, but they weren't required to put part of Elk Ridge Drive in. They weren't required to pay into anything else. And I'm saying this personally, if you look at the timing of when that was sold, this project was bankrupt. Those guys went in, they made this real quick deal to sell that, so the developer personally collected a bunch of money off of it because he was losing the whole project.
So that's here and there, and it's been passed, but my question is, if you think about this, you really, I don't care, I mean, me, it's about, none of this stuff moves forward, you might as well take off of the, whatever else, the minute preliminary plat, because minute preliminary plat, you can't approve that because it approves with lots instead of a park, so we need to table all that. But the question is, you want to pay $3,000 for a couple more appraisals, whatever you think you need to do. Do you want to go back and take the park strips going up and bid those out? That's probably 15,000 to 20,000. I mean, if you're gonna push me in a corner, then I'm going to go back and it's gonna be, yeah, okay, we'll go toe to toe and say, I'm only gonna do the absolute minimum of anything I have to do. I have no more money to spend on this project. look at lot values, do the math. It doesn't work.
So my question, we get 2 more appraisals, we spend $3,000, does that change anybody's vote? If the appraisals come in higher, are you still gonna require a renegotiation with Dean and his development? He's put in everything else he's already put in? I can see where it's gonna go if you do, just what he's saying. We won't have to worry about, we'll just go ahead and put in a park. It could easily go that way just that fast.
It'll be cheaper and easier for Dean to put park in, and we'll get.
Way cheaper. $30,000 just to put the park strips in. So where do you put that value? Where are you gonna sign that? I'm just saying, we'll get, that's okay, we can get the appraisals. Someone make the motion, we'll get the appraisals. What will it change?
Okay, I'm gonna change my vote.
Okay, and then I'm gonna make another motion so you can vote. I'll make a motion that we approve the amended development agreement for Elk Ridge Meadows phases 5 through 10.
Is there a second?
I second
All those in favor?
Aye.
it. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay. I think we need additional appraisals to know whether it's fair, and that's all. And when we get 2 appraisals, if they come in at that, great, then we
Next. Where we are.
We're on number 8.
Elk Ridge Meadows Phase 7, final plat approval. It is conditioned on everything that we have just talked about. Is there any further discussion? Motion, please.
Included in the motion is for Seth Waite to be able to, review the fire hydrants.
And
Yes.
replacement.
Yeah, so he asked that to be part of the motion.
So, I move that we, approve the Elk Ridge Meadows Phase 7 final plat approval with the condition that, the fire chief, be involved in evaluating the fire hydrant, situation.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Number 9, Horizon View Farm Development Agreement. That's the big one.
That's the,
And that takes into consideration the discussions we've just had.
So this,
this is
just
for Salisbury.
just to remind you, last time you were asking about the payment mechanism, the issue being making sure that the city isn't caught in the middle of that. Now, so the way this was set up in Salisbury's agreement is that with each home, when the building permit comes in, he pays an additional $4,000, little more than that, to the city as part of the building permit. So with Dean's agreement, this is the mechanism stating that this is how the city is going to reimburse Dean for that money and how that's going to happen. And basically what's going to occur there is that at the time the roundabout is built, is constructed and accepted, at that point, whatever money has been paid in from Horizon View Farms Development is then reimbursed to Dean and to the developer for completing the roundabout. And then as the additional funds come in from Horizon View Farms, on a monthly basis, as those come in, the city will continue to reimburse those to Dean's until that Horizon View Farms is built out. And
Did we ever have a timetable on that, or is that any part of it?
well, it's based on it receiving the $150,000. So it's not, we're not doing it like I know what you're saying. You're saying typically on a reimbursement, you'd say, okay, well, there's a 30-year limit on that or something like that.
Right.
But this is just based on
Dollar value.
on the $150,000 and the
No,
building
but
of
he's
those
got
lots.
like 3 plans.
I think Dale
3
was talking
houses,
about, what if it takes 10 years?
for him to build out
Right,
32
and
houses.
I think I'm
You
over
fine
that,
with that?
I'm okay with that, the only question, I don't know, interrupt you.
No, you're fine, please.
Go ahead, Brittany.
In the contract, it says he's got 2 years with 2 one-year extensions, and if he needs more than that, he can come to the city. But it's, as the houses are built, the money comes here and then is reimbursed to Dean. And that was our issue last time we looked at this contract, was who's gonna front the money of this project? Is the city gonna have to pay for it as we wait and collect these fees from Salisbury? And so that's been taken care of
And
now.
I'm paying for that.
Yes.
And then my only question is, when the building permits come in, what point in time, is that distributed monthly, quarterly, as they, you know, how is
The contract says monthly, it's
monthly?
distributed monthly as they can.
So, just to go back on this too, when Horizon View Farms Phase 2 comes in for approval, we have that, we've got those 2-year extensions, but they actually have to request those extensions.
Yes.
Okay, it's not,
Yes,
if you look at code, it has to be requested. And so they have to come before council. So if we do see Phase 2 dragging out, and they're 2 years out on Phase 2, then at that point, this gets totally renegotiated, this issue, because this is really the outstanding issue if Phase 2 is not completed in a timely manner, correct? Is that, I mean, does that make sense? So you have a chance as a council, when this comes forward, to just reevaluate and look at it, say, is this working or not? And if it's not working, you can state, this isn't working, or we're gonna go up against this time limit, and this has to be resolved at this point, or else we won't move forward.
For Phase 2, right? I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
your hammer is Phase 2 won't be approved.
It'll happen with Phase 2, is what I'm saying.
So, I understand that, but that's not the way the contract's written. There's nothing in the contract saying if the phase is not completed within these 2 years period, all those payments are due immediately upon the end of the 2-year period plus a 2-year extension. There's nothing in the contract requiring that type.
No, correct, because the issue is if they go up to the end of that 2 years, at that point, their development has expired, they have to come before council and request the extension. And so as that extension comes forward, that's when we negotiate that issue, if that happens. That's it, that's why you have it, that's why you have extensions in the code, and they have to bring them before council, is so that the council can reassess. At this point, basically it's saying that they're gonna pay in with each building permit, and once they reach $150,000, all that's paid out, it's done.
I know, and that would,
So,
I understand that. That was my concern, is that Dean he cannot be repaid for a very long time period. And that's why I thought we should put in there a time period on payments, a maximum time period.
Your issue with that, Brendan, what's really hard with these agreements, and Shay, you can correct me wrong, you're only, so right now you collect it because it's part of when they pull a building permit.
Mhm.
And so, no, you can't have your building permit unless you pay this amount. The only other thing you have there beyond that, because it could go past the 2 or 4 years, and I'm okay, just so you know, I'm okay with it. I mean, these happen all the time. The only other thing you have to say, okay, make them do it, is before you approve the second phase. Once you've approved the second phase and he starts on that, there's really nothing that can be done. It passes through, it's with that lot, as long as that lot's there, and I'm okay with it.
That repayment stays with the land,
Yeah.
Right.
not the
And it
developer.
Yeah.
could go out a long ways, I mean, but those are your only tools, mechanisms to say, okay, because it's really hard to go back and say, I don't think you have anything you can say, well, write a check today.
Well, yeah, but that was my concern for you, of having to carry that amount of money for
Right.
who knows how long.
Any further discussion? Motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the Harris, let's see,
Number
Right.
nine. Number 9.
Number 9. We approve the Horizon View Farms Development Agreement.
Second.
I'll say.
Brian, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Number 10, Harrison Heights Phase 1 and 2, final acceptance and durability.
Okay, so Harrison Heights Phase 1 and 2 were actually completed in May. Cody was out at the time with his treatments, and because of that, we kind of got a little bit behind with issuing the final letter for acceptance. But, so we put that letter before you. You'll notice the date on it is a date, what is it, May 1st, I believe, for the durability. That's just going back to the fact that that's when Cody made his final inspection and completed that review, so, we just need city council to
Confirm
accept
that,
the
just
improvements
confirmation.
and state that date as the,
Motion?
Yeah, I just had a question, as a city standard, do we wanna make the durability period when we accept it, instead of,
That's
The
normally how it's
durability
done, but-
begins.
I mean,
The durability and, period begins May first, and then it goes for the 1 year.
but that's what I'm saying, do we wanna make the durability period when we as a council accept and approve it?
That's normally how it's done.
And see,
But
cause
because
we're
this
asking
one-
for back
this
in
one fell
May,
through
it's
the
now
cracks.
Yeah, he
end
was
of
saying.
well,
October.
I'll tell you, we've done some in the past that typically what I've seen, and I haven't been involved with all these, so I'm only looking at one or two that I've seen where the date that's been on it has been the date of the final inspection. And so you've approved it at, say, the next city council meeting, but the durability was dated
Most cities, it is
at
the
the
time
final
of final
inspection.
inspection.
Final inspection.
They'll produce a letter that this is the date, and then you
specify-
approve that letter from that date. This is just a little bit late, obviously, but
Yeah.
Motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Harrison Heights Phase 1 and 2 final acceptance and durability period effective, what's the date on here? May 1st, 2015.
Second.
I second
Second by Dale, all those in favor?
it. Aye.
Unanimous, thank you. Number 11, water allocation for Harrison Heights Phase 5, and why don't you go over Phase 7 at the same time, please?
Okay, so let me just grab, so phase 5, Harrison Heights Phase 5, so there's, the allocation for the water for that phase is 18.291 acre feet. At that point in time, Dean has available to him 84.439 acre feet, so this would be subtracted off of that. So he's got plenty of water in the city available for the allocation for that phase. So recommend the allocation of 18.29 acre feet of water, and list the water right in there. And then with Harrison Heights Phase 7, so now if Harrison Heights Phase 5 is allocated, then Harrison Heights Phase 7 there's 66.148 acre feet currently, and 10.133 acre feet would be allocated from that. So we recommend the allocation of the 10.13 acre feet of water for Harrison Heights Phase 7.
Is there a motion to allocate the water rights as described by Shay?
I reckon, go ahead. Yeah.
when you need turn.
Yeah.
Are the water rights coming from the river or the Montague? I'm trying to remember.
It's
The
water.
Elkridge City, it's the Elkridge City?
Yeah, well,
No,
it's,
it's water.
they
So-
transfer. So
I'm
That's
trying to
what
see
you
who
wanna
they're
say.
transferring from, the North Jordan Irrigation
Yeah.
Company.
That you just,
But they've already been
They've already been
transferred
transferred.
into,
They're
and
Oh, just
already
for the
in the
water right
city.
number, okay,
Yeah,
the water right
they're
number, that's
already-
what I was looking for.
Yeah, they're already in the city.
Okay,
So the 18.29.
yeah, so I make a motion that we approve 18.29 acre feet of water for the Harrison Heights Phase 5 subdivision from water right number 59-5886.
second,
I second
all those in favor?
it. Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Motion for Phase 7, please.
I'll make a
We're on a roll, Brittany.
Yeah, might as well go. I'll make a motion that we allocate 10.133 acre feet of water for Harrison Heights Phase 7, stormwater right number 59-5886.
Second.
I second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous, thank you. Number 13. I think we're done. Sewer project, I did a poll vote of the council. Trying to remember who, we got a poll vote to be able to request ratify poll vote for the sewer project, to allocate the funds to move forward on that sewer project. We just now need to go through each individual council person and express your vote in that case.
Be good to just refresh if we could,
The
contract.
the wording of the contract will be a second one. And we wanted, so it's gonna be, there's gonna be two. One was to, the first one was to, propose that we put out to bid the contract for parts A, B, and C, so that we could get votes in it. I mentioned it was an A and B, when we funded out the contract, it is an A, B, C. And A was going to be from the roundabout location, basically down to Elk Ridge Drive. And then the part B would have been from that same location back up to Olympic Lake. And so that was what we proposed to do. We had dollars in the account, appropriate accounts, yeah. Anyway, and so that was what this was about. So if I can start with Dale, your vote was?
I was in favor of putting it out for bid and getting our bids in.
Brittany?
In favor to get a bid.
Nelson? In favor. Ryan? And Paul?
I was in favor of those items of concerns.
Yeah, and we have addressed those. Thank you. So that motion has been ratified. The next one is to ratify the poll vote for the awarding of the bid to Taurus Construction Company. And their bid came in at 160,
65, 679, 45.
yes. And that information was sent forward to the council.
And that does both sections.
And, yes,
Yeah,
and there is an additional section that actually will take $10,000 off of that, am I correct? Is that right?
Not a section, it's a lateral.
It's a lateral.
The lateral going in is I'm paying for those
And
laterals.
so Dean will be paying for approximately $10,000 out of that. So to ratify that vote, let's just work back the other direction. Your vote on that, awarding of that bid. Paul?
I think when we talked about it, I was in Boston
Yeah,
on the bid.
I think that's correct.
And I just wanted to, I forget, was it the middle bid? The engineer's estimate was a lot higher
Yes.
than any of the other bids, which concerns me. Because then you start adding on afterwards, which that agreement to that.
Yeah, and then it always does, but they have to be approved before.
But it was a considerable amount.
Yes. The two closest bids were, I think, were $6,000 apart, and were $3,000, and on the bottom three were $10,000 apart. And then there were some others that went significantly higher. One even approached the contractors.
And we checked on the recommendations of the contractor and other work that they've done.
We went beyond the letters of recommendation that were provided to us. And so, I felt very comfortable with it. And I've since met with them. We had a pre-construction meeting. Quite impressed with started digging tomorrow.
Okay, so my vote was, I was in favor, but I would just have a concern about the difference.
And,
I am going to abstain.
And I was in favor.
okay, so 4 yes and 1 abstain by now.
One question I had on that, where that is coming down from Olympic, down to that corner. It would sure be nice to get curb and gutter put in.
It would, but who's gonna pay for it?
Well, and I wonder if you approach,
Dean
does
will.
Lee own that?
You gotta be quiet, nothing in the peanut gallery.
Does Lee own that property?
No,
There's two.
There's two owners there.
Two other owners?
Yeah.
Case, I think,
It's going to show.
Be good to, they're gonna have to put it in sometime, anyway, it would be good to at least approach them and ask them. Can't help to, hurt to ask the question.
You're not gonna get either one of them to do it without some kind of project or event.
Okay.
Not gonna happen.
All right.
I do think, Dale, that, if, at least, Kirsten thinks, I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some possibilities already been thrown out, but they're down the road. And that would then finish that off. Thank you for your votes. Then real quick, city celebration, shall we just put that on? Or do you
Yeah.
wanna,
Well, I think, given the fact that we're going to be, you and Dell and 4 other individuals, will be just making some other decisions related to the city celebration, I think that I don't know that it's so urgent, we gotta make the decision now, because
Yeah,
we're
we've
missing
got
deadline.
time.
I mean, we do have time on our side, but I think that in the meantime, we need to talk to residents, all of us, and get feedback from them. Even if we're not the one making the decision, we'll certainly pass it along.
okay, on that basis, we will have exploratory well. $175,000. The dollars are in place. It's an option for us, but we have to be able to commit that we're going to move beyond that to the commitment. If the well proves well, gooder, we're gonna have to have that obligation on the part of the council to say, yes, we're going to move forward with production well at some point.
Well, I don't know how we can have a capital facilities plan, and approve developments, and we have this whole timeline of things that are going to happen, and then just stand back and say, well, we're gonna wait until we get some development in this area to go ahead and do it well, because at this point, if we do that, we will be rationing water like Basin and Single and everybody else. We need to get, we've got the money to drill the exploratory well. We know based on what, the Aqua Engineering, I can't remember his name now. Craig Neely. The information that he presented to us in our capital facilities plan indicated that we're gonna have to drill one and probably a second one unless we can get everybody to quit using water outside. So we're gonna have to drill this well. And I think right now, the least expensive option for the city, until we get some growth and we get some additional revenue coming in, is to go ahead and drill it right down where we're talking about, on the northwest corner of the park, and make that happen. And let's get the ball rolling and get some additional redundancy in our system. I don't know that there are gonna be any residents who are gonna throw a fit, that we're trying to be proactive at creating some additional redundancy that needs to be there. At this point, it's gonna benefit the entire community. The time may come where it won't benefit some of us on the south end because of pressure zones and where the water will ultimately be routed. But if it's down there, then they're not taking their water from the other end of town all the way to the other end. So it's the benefits of it.
Any other discussion?
So if we have 2 wells on the bottom and the well up top goes out, are
We
we
still
gonna have?
will be producing probably 3 times more.
But do we have the pumps to get it to the houses on the south
That
end?
will
There's
be
a way
part-
around it.
That will be part of the system that they've already engineered, or given a
There's a-
basic concept
We'd
of
be
where
looking
it'll
at
go.
putting a set of booster pumps in from, I believe they're from this tank here, because
Yes.
this would pump into this tank. Up
the
to,
hillside.
so basically what it would do, it would pump in the, if I understand it right, it pumps in the existing line, and it turns the pump line, or turns the existing line that's now flowing downhill into a pump line to fill the upper tank, if those types of situations occur.
So then all the residents would have water?
There would be, yes, except for any, and even development up on the south end would still be benefited by that well down there. Although we might need at that point, depending on population, we may need a third. So,
Yeah.
a motion,
Yeah.
unless there's more discussion.
No, I was just agreeing with Brittany as far as wishing, you know, it would be nice to have a deeper well up on the top and just be able to, have a lot less cost in it. But, the three-phase power, there's nothing even close there, I guess, at this point, is
It,
there?
clear at the bottom of the Gopher Canyon. Royce, you
Well,
have?
and the mayor and I said, as we sat in all the meetings, we kept saying, think outside the box, we wanna go high.
Yeah.
But it just, as we kept analyzing the obstacles of going high, it just makes sense for the first step in redundancy to do this one now, and then we can readdress that as we go forward.
There's a reason why Woodland Hills built their well where they did,
It wasn't
because
high.
of it wasn't high, and it was because of the availability and the cost of running the power. You know, I mean, unless we have some major industrial development on the south end of town, I don't even see three-phase ever getting there, so.
Oh, you don't know Strawberry Electric very well.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
You'll have plenty of power.
We'll have
No
plenty of power.
uplift
Somebody else will be paying for the cost.
Let's
of running
make a
it.
motion, quick.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the expenditure to go ahead and drill an exploratory well. Do we have to get a bid on that?
It's already, well, right now, the estimate is $165,000 to $170,000. The guesstimate is it will probably come in less, but we are holding high.
And we will get estimates.
Right.
And
But, I
yes,
mean,
we will
don't we
get
have to
multiple
put it out to
bids.
bid and say?
Yes.
Yes, we will.
So,
Yeah,
so
yeah, we'll go
you're
through that
approving to
process.
move forward with the bid process.
Okay, then that's, I'll make a motion that we approve the bid process for an exploratory well to be drilled.
Second.
I second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, thank you. Utah County Everbridge Alert System, can we just vote quickly to move that forward and move from Farland to Everbridge?
I will make a motion that we change our alert system from Farland or Blackboard to Everbridge at $536 for the first, I guess we need to put that.
That's an annual fee,
Annual
but there
fee
was,
after the first year.
yes. Okay, second,
I'll second that.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Quickly, department reports, I wanna go over a couple things real quickly. The only, Dale for sewer, you two possibly, we will have I'm sorry,
This is the stuff from Jason on the sewer.
okay. Yeah, we can talk about that in just a minute, if you'll help us with that. We did a planning session with the new council last year, or not, last year. We're gonna do a combined council planning commission Saturday again sometime in January. We've got to start looking at our master plan. We're overdue in relooking at that, refining it, redefining it. And I've already asked the planning commission, please start reviewing that. And for those three of you who may, well, one and two of you who still may be here, I'm just gonna throw that out, but that will happen in January. I want the council to be heavily involved with that sooner than later. real quickly, High Sierra was paved on Saturday, and then if you'd like to drive up there, you can take a look.
It's a good thing we got Bert to do that. There's a lot of dirt that he moved and he contoured it the way that it ought to be.
Can we,
It's always more.
I'd like to just say one thing.
Please.
I've got some strong feelings about this agenda format change, and I'll tell you where I'm coming from. What I think this goes to is more than just an administrative change. I think it goes to the actual responsibilities of the council. When we come here as a council in a meeting, I think it's important to listen to what each of us is saying about our own areas of responsibility. I think it's for two reasons. One, it's a time for accountability. We're saying to the group, this is what I've been doing and accomplishing through the Public Works Department. But these are areas that I've pushed for, and I think, I've identified as areas of responsibility, and the council can then agree or disagree with the direction that we're trying to go. And the other thing is that it gives us an idea of what the rest of us are doing. It's important to get from the horse's mouth, I think. Now, can Cody do a better job of doing this for us? Probably, because he's involved in it on a day-to-day basis. But we have an accountability, and we come each meeting and say, here's my report on the accountability. Tonight, was planning on coming, I guess I didn't read it closely enough from the last meeting, but I had the responsibility of coming and saying, I've been working on this thing for 3 years. Well, the guy that was supposed to speak for all of us tonight is not even here and hasn't been here much of this year. Now, a lot of it is not his fault. But the truth of the matter is, if we are shortchanged on that responsibility, it takes it away from some of our responsibilities as council members. And that's why I feel strongly about it. It may seem like an agenda, something that is not that important. But I think I guess what I'm trying to say is, when I know that I'm responsible for a particular area, it behooves me to go to Cody, before I come to this meeting and say, how are we doing? And so forth. Instead of just coming and listening to Cody say, well, here's what we did.
And that's what I hope happens.
But it's a change in responsibility, and it's not a subtle change. And what I'm saying is, if we allow this to change, I think we may end up having just the opposite effect. It may diminish us as a council and our effectiveness. Just a thought.
Well, the one thing I like about this, of having them report to the council on what projects that they have completed, is that it's in this public arena, plus then you can ask questions at that time. We would have time for discussion, would we not?
And I would hope that you will do exactly what you said, that you will still get with the department's heads, whomever they are, and you already will go through this information, but the reason I've gone this direction is getting the work done is on the heads and shoulders of the people who are hired to do this. And I don't want to diminish what the council can add to. I hope the council will continue to add to. Brian has done a tremendous amount, I think, in terms of overseeing what's going on with roads. We've had road projects, we've had plans for 5 years out, 10 years out. those kind of things have happened.
Well, and
Yeah,
at the time, then you can ask Cody, okay, do you have a schedule for, when you're going to be, crack sealing these roads? You know, when he's reporting, okay, what about, I would envision that type of they report, but you could also discuss, different projects, when we're gonna do overlays.
What if he's not here like tonight?
Yeah, see.
This is a lot of time.
Well, but that, right now, he understands, if he were not sick tonight, he was told he was to be here at every council meeting for those reports.
Well, he's sick most of the time.
Well, and he's gonna have to come sick now.
You're gonna have to account for that or something.
Well,
So, you know,
I understand the point.
I think it's very important that we look at this thing as what our role and responsibility is. And it goes back to things like, well, you know, is the council, in the past, the council had responsibility for the city celebration. Who's responsible for it now? I mean, it's been taken away from the council, and so has the planning commission and some other things. Economic development has basically been really, so I think we need to think about what we as a council, our responsibility and role is, especially with the new council coming in. And I don't think we can go over these things lightly and just say, well, you know, this maybe makes sense. You know, I've heard that Payson City does it this way, but they have an entirely different, government organization over there. They have a city manager who manages the people in the city. And the mayor is kind of like the senior council member over there. Well, it might work for them, but on the same token, I've heard some fairly interesting rumors about what's happened in the election over there.
It is happening, go ahead.
okay, so, couple of things. I think that this is, I've seen this work in Payson, I've seen it work in Eagle Mountain, I've seen it work in Salem. These are all cities where I've attended their council meetings. I sat on another board. Some of us have other additional responsibilities that are assigned to us, like, for example, Paul with our council is over SUMA. Dell is over the fire and EMS. I'm over SCSD. Those are areas where Royce isn't gonna come in and give a report on that. Cody's not going to. That's where we would come in and we would give our report on those specific duties. I think one of the things that this does do is it drives and it drills down and it provides for some additional accountability. One of the biggest challenges we've had as a council and as a city is documenting whether or not somebody has done what they are supposed to be doing. And if they're coming in here and they're making a presentation and they're telling us this is gonna happen next week and it doesn't happen, it's a matter of public record. It's now in their file. And if we get to a point where we've got a series of things that aren't happening the way they need to, you know, we've got a rock solid case. I don't know that it's necessarily a diminishment of our responsibilities. You know, you look at city celebration, that wasn't taken away. That council member just said, I can't do it, I don't wanna do it, and just dumped it on the rest of us.
But that's.
And so, as a council, it's upon us to, you know, and we're working towards, and we're making improvements. And one of the reasons that this is being implemented, in my opinion, is to improve the process, to provide additional accountability. Initially, when I saw this on the prior agenda, what did I do, Mayor? Didn't I call you? Because I was concerned. We had a very lengthy conversation, and I'm comfortable with what this is designed to do. I think we need to do this. In Payson's meetings, just because you got the public works director that comes in and says how things are going, it's also a time, like you said, where we, and Dale also, where we can ask additional questions and say, well, what about this? Or, you know, I heard from a resident, and we've got this major blowout over on Salem Hills Drive and Hillside, where we've got big sections of the road. I'll have to send you the pictures of that, where it's literally, I mean, we're talking chunks bigger than my tablet that are just breaking off on the side.
But it's important to me to know what Dale is doing, because it affects me with the roads.
And that's what he
And
can
it's
do.
all interrelated, but if he doesn't give me the opportunity to come and report each week, I'm flying blind. I have to hear it through Cody, and he may or may not have the same, indication or kinds of things that Dale would say that I need to know directly from, because I work this may be the only time that we have to converse with each other in terms of how we're doing it. Because we don't have separate meetings where we sit down and say, you know, it all has to be public. I'm sorry.
I think, and I can understand everybody's concerns here, I think it would provide better integration between the city council and the administrative staff, which I think communication there could be improved. But I think we're still responsible if Cody's not here or the administrative staff that's supposed to report on it, I think we're still responsible to report on it. And we have the obligation to talk with them and communicate with them, and they know, and we're aware of each other, but I don't think if Cody comes in and says something, that you can't say, add something to it. I mean, I don't think
That's
we're,
what I'm hoping would be the
That's what I
case.
think needs to be a part of that, is that
yeah, that
we've got something to add, we add that to it. We've got some
So it's
questions.
not just a situation where we're turning it over to them and we
Yeah.
just sit back and listen.
Not at all.
Yeah.
No, because honestly, the way that our
I'm not sure
code
that
is,
was the explained.
the way the code is written, honestly, the mayor could take and pull it all from us, and he would be completely within his rights, he'd be crazy to do that. But he could do it, he could do it, and it wouldn't be the first time that it's happened in the city for a period of time. So, but I think that this is definitely moving in the right direction, and I wholeheartedly support it.
We should get our, the check, crack seal, have you talked to Cody about when we're gonna start by chance? Mid-November?
You know, I talked to him and he said he had, that he was planning to do it in October, which,
He had hoped to, but he
Had
couldn't
hoped
get
to.
the equipment until into November, and as long as the weather, snow doesn't hold us,
Yeah,
that's
that's-
the better time to crack seal, because everything expands.
Which
You
cracks
can-
them?
Just
It is.
any, throughout the roads, all over the
Because
roads.
it was specifically in the, reading in the attachments that were talking about crack sealants.
We were gonna do crack seal this fall.
yeah.
And the reason we do that is that the cold allows the
That's
roads to
accountability.
expand, they contract, so that the gaps widen. You can fill them, and then then in the spring, they come back out, and it's a better seal by far. And so that's why they're doing it in the fall or early spring. If we get stuck with snow, early snows, we'll have to move it.
I just like the accountability of being able to ask him
Me too.
and pin him down on that. Okay, get a date, you know, get us an exact date here on when you're gonna do it. And I like that, I think we've needed
I
that.
think so too. There is the truck should be here, our back truck should be here maybe as soon as the end of next week, but possibly the week after that. And that will allow them throughout the winter to do a lot of vacuuming.
is that the new one we're buying? We
Yes.
finally got one.
150,000, that was in that ballpark. So, that was for the truck.
That was the
That was
one
for
we
the
had
truck, yeah, make
projected
that,
though.
there's gonna be
For the
some-
sewer back truck,
Yes.
that's what we projected was
Yes.
around
Yes,
150,000.
that's what we-
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, I am trying hard to work with some various agencies, groups, organizations, administrations, to get them on board with our city. We will write up a declaration that we're gonna take to the county and say, we want this road widened between Salem Canal Road and, 11200, it's county's road, and here's why, because of this issue, and we're going to take it, and I'll take it to Woodland Hills, to Payson, to Salem, to the school district. There was one other group that I wanted to identify.
Probably
The
ought to have the
charter
charter school who.
Including the
Yeah,
charter
because
school.
they're kind of separate.
And
from
in the
school
process, we're gonna see if we can't say, and we really need to realign Salem Canal Road to right angles instead of this offset angles, if we can. That may not happen, but if we can't get it to happen until it's in a budget. And we're hopeful to do that by the end of November. I'm hoping to get that much accomplished, and I'll let you know where we're at with these meetings. I've been holding several, and we have a new, Public Works Director for the county. The old one moved from Woodland Hills, who seemed to get all kinds of
Richard?
extra
Yeah.
favors. And he's gone to to, St. George, and so the new, I'm comfortable with Glenn Tanner taking his place. Glenn's a good man. Anyone else want to, Nelson?
Just real quickly here, I know there's been a lot of question, and this has been discussed in some of our other meetings here, about our agreement with Payson and the sewer rate increase, and they were gonna put a meter in, and then we didn't know if they had. Well, I just kept pushing the issue and finally got an audience with Dave Tuckett and another city staffer, and found out that they actually had put a meter in the line. They had numbers, but they weren't really excited to share them because it was in our favor. Anyways, what we have here, the first page, there's some different options. Most of these abbreviations aren't gonna mean a whole lot to you, but these are different figures for a regional plant, expanding the existing one, Salem coming in, and so on and so forth. It's probably gonna be us and Woodland Hills and Payson at this point. Salem has some differing engineering costs that make it financially unfeasible for them to come join the ranks with us. So with that in mind, if you flip to the next page, down under item 6, there's two different figures there under B and C. This is taking the money that Payson has to pay for the bond for the line that was run, the money that we paid in, the amount of money they collect from us on an annual basis, and impact fees. If we were covering 100% of the cost under the old rate, there would be a shortfall there, but that's not taking into account the fact that they ran the line for their benefit as well. Item C shows if we were responsible for 50%, and they actually make about almost $8,200 a month off of that agreement to their good, and that does not reflect the $15 a month rate increase. What that means to us is this: based on the information on the front page, if they expand and improve their existing facility, it looks like we probably won't get another rate increase to cover the cost of that. So that's kind of where it all
We
falls.
are not being subsidized
We are definitely not being subsidized.
by Payson,
In
as
fact,
it was stated in
in
number
some of their,
6.
yeah. So I pushed this issue. They actually, it got to the point where they called a meeting and called in all of their candidates who were running for office and sat down and went through this line by line and laid it all out and said, we've got to have the right information out there because this issue will be addressed next year in some shape, size, form, and manner. And so it's a lot easier to work through this if they're all on the same page.
So are they looking at, primarily, they were looking at expanding the existing one?
That is
or
probably what will happen at this
rather
point,
than building
unless,
a new one?
unless Salem was gonna have another engineering firm take a look at the numbers. And if that number came in and aligned more closely with the engineering numbers that Payson had, then there may be,
Combined.
there may be, but based on the numbers that I've seen, I'd be really hard pressed as a councilman to vote to spend more money based on a report that was put in front of me by one engineering firm. So,
So are we paying the correct amount?
Yes.
Now?
we are, and one of the things that will probably happen going forward as they expand the facility, we'll probably look at an adjustment in the way that we pay based on a metered flow.
A flow rate instead
So
of,
it's kind of like what we do with the garbage right now. We pay a fee to Republic based on the amount of weight of material, but we still collect a base rate from our residents to cover that cost. So we would still have a rate, but then we would pay them based on what was metered and flowed down the line. And then what that would do is that would put us in a better position going forward, probably 20, 30 years out when they have to completely rebuild a new facility to meet the EPA requirements, where nobody's gonna be pointing fingers saying, we paid for you. It's just cleaner and easier.
and I'm considering, and someone else suggested that we put in our own meter so that we can have a double check
Yeah.
on that.
So, and that's something that I've discussed with Cody, and I think we have it within our budget,
We do.
Cause right now, we're just paying based on connection and not
Yes.
actual
That's right.
flow.
so.
Anything else?
I did have one other item,
Go ahead.
just more of an FYI. Next week, this was scheduled a long time ago, I didn't know when it was gonna be. Ironically, it's the day after election, but, in order for me to serve on the SESD board, there's a certification I have to have on an annual basis, and it's the day after the election. And but they've already paid the fees and I'm going to it, so.
Be taking off that board.
You know what, unless you wanna, like, make a fake ID and go and certify and go,
Not interested.
yeah.
Not enough going.
Nice long
Yeah.
day with John.
Just a report on parks, I think, the one thing that we did, we bought 16, new, trees, the 2 inch and a few of the 1.5 inch. We planted 13 of them around the playground area. You look at it now, it does look a lot more, treed and landscape. We do have that, we did get approved for the grant for the $7,400, which will allow us to buy about 45 to 50 trees total. That has to be completed by next May, end of May, so. We do need to, one question I had, I do think that we probably will need to, if we're revamping the budget, doing any revamp for the sewer, for things, then, I think that there needs to be, there's no money in, this is a matching grant, so you have to pay the 15,000, up front. Well, actually, we'll do part of it in just labor and equipment and so forth. But at least we'll have to pay 10,000 of it, and then you recover, you get back the 75. So we don't have anything really in the budget right now to allow that. We took it out of the playground area, to buy this, the budgeted item there, so that's something.
Well, we should have that in the impact fees based on the new agreement that we struck.
But we need to put it in the budget per
Yeah,
se.
it needs to be
We have
put in
to
the budget,
budget,
money
we
will.
will.
To match with the grant.
Yeah.
We're gonna have several issues that have to go into that amended budget.
Yeah, we're
Going
done
forward.
so just, and then I did meet with the Parks Committee, they had a South County Trails Committee, they're doing this study, corporation or something is doing the study on it. Was interesting, some of the designs, one thing they did was have a divided line on their 9-foot or their 10-foot, trail. That kind of defines it a little more, and it's not a super expensive thing. They are looking at primarily the backbone of it will be when they put the canal.
Highline Canal enclosure.
Yeah, enclosure. The guy was there who's over that, and I was asking him, "What do you have any timetable?" He said, not yet. He said, "We're trying to get funding and trying to get input there." So, and then we're already tied in. Payson City. I went to walk that part of that goes when you go up Elk Ridge Drive to the end, and then there's the gate there. Now see, that goes over to Fort Bay.
That goes over to Fort Bay, yeah.
Clear over to Fort Bay. I talked with Jill at Payson City, and they would be interested in getting a connecting trail from Elk Ridge to, they already have a trail in from Fort Bay that's a very nice one, that comes from by the scout camp. Then that would tie you into their trails going down the canyon, connecting into their inner city trails. So some things we're working on, need to be working on there.
Anything else? Amy?
I'm just curious on the trees that they
We had the locust, we did 8 of the locusts, we replaced the ones that were there. We did 4 of the autumn blaze maple, which is I really like that one. But then we did, you know, the Forest Service, the guy was saying, you need to do a little more variety in that, we prefer. One of them, we did 3 of the Canadian chokecherry, which gives you a contrast in the color, and we did 3 of the Paca or something like that. It's a vase-shaped one. Talking to, you know, we've got a committee now to get the Tree City USA. You have to have a city tree committee, and on that is myself, Cody, Lloyd, and Derek Peterson, who is Provo City's arborist. And what he told me, you know, we went through this book, he brought this book that they have it divided in a section for planter strips, and then they have 3 different sections of recommended trees. But he said his recommendation is looking at maintenance on those also. And this tree, he said, the name of it, but it's an attractive tree, but he said, you plant it and you basically never have to permanent trim it and work with it. The other one, there's another one we were looking at, maybe it's a columnar one, maybe doing across the front of the park, that he said, it's that hornbeam, the hornbeam, and he said, that one is a great tree. You just plant it and let it go, and you'll never have to prune it. And so that was some of the things but mainly, you know, we went, and we're in the process there now of looking at that for the trees that are required in the development, and kind of rewriting that with that landscape agreement. But the 1.5 inch, we decided to go with the 1.5 inch on requirements for residential, 2 inch for commercial, which that does make a big difference.
Anything else? Let's move to the check register. Any questions, discussion about check register? Payroll.
The QCell monthly fee, is that the program that we have to track roads?
No,
Is
that's
that
accounting,
Excel?
that is our accounting software.
Oh, that's our accounting.
Whole
Okay.
system for the city.
Okay, so I had a question. What did we pay the game time on page
Oh, yeah, I know
1,
that.
line, where it's check number 15690?
Yeah, for 883.60.
And then just the second item here, on our health insurance, clearly the city's health insurance costs have gone up. I found out it ain't mine to drop. The next time this comes up, whoever's on the council, I think we need to have our representative of the local government's trust come in and present all of the options. And let's just take a look at it, because there's PHP, Altius, Select Med, and I think one other carrier, but I think that the council, we ought
It's
to.
just coming up, so.
Okay, so when that comes, we need to take a good hard look at it. In light of all of the legislation changes and all these other things, I mean, I think we need to take care of our employees, but at the same time, if we can save a few bucks here from going from one plan to the other, maybe take a plan that makes more sense based on the employees that are enrolled and their families, we need to do it. Because that's something we haven't looked at for a couple of
It's
years.
been about 3 years since
Yeah.
we've done that.
So I just wanted to bring that up because I saw that on the register, so, other than that, everything.
And the, what was the thing?
Game time.
Game time. So I had a-
I know we had to get the base for that dinosaur, but I wouldn't think it would be that much.
Is it like how much is it, the 800?
883.
That's what it costs.
That's what it was?
That's what it costs.
The
That dinosaur base
A
costs.
a double base, and we thought that it was paid for previously when we've had that for
Oh,
a
yeah,
couple
it was
of years
down
or
at
so.
Public Works Building and we're
Down,
back in
down,
here.
and so I was pressing him to get that installed, and he finally researched it, found that we didn't actually pay for a base. And so that's what that is.
The UtahRunning.com, do you know what that was for?
That UtahRunning.com would have been for the city celebration for the fun run.
So we pay them to be able to use their website, that people,
Yeah,
is that,
that's a typical
To kind
thing that they do.
of operate it problem,
Yeah.
to set
They
aside,
operate it. They
get
track
the
the time,
registration,
they do all the registration.
collect the fees and prizes and stuff.
Anything else? Motion to approve the check register and payroll for August and September 2015.
Move we approve the payroll for August and September
2015.
2015.
Second,
I second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes, August 4th, 6th, and 11th. Sorry that we're lots and lots of transition that was happening there. And it took a tremendous amount of effort to try and, Melanie. A lot of long
she's
hours.
just ready to go
What's
home.
going on?
Side note, Brianne has been added to our office staff, and she's going to start heading up planning commission secretary. So she's handling the minutes on that, so it will ease some load on Melanie's plate, and
Yeah, we need that.
They look good, there was a lot of stuff discussed in there, it was good to review it.
That was all the tax
Any
hearing.
Corrections, additions that would modify,
I had some questions, but they actually got answered earlier in the agenda tonight, so.
motion to approve those minutes for August 4th, August 6th, and 11th, 2015.
So moved.
Second,
I second
all in favor?
it. Aye.
Anybody have anything else? Oh, that's right, thank you, Roy.
meet the candidates this Thursday, 6 to 8. Some of them in this room will have to be in the hot seat.
Yeah.
And then we're sponsoring an immunization clinic on Friday. Please tell your neighbors. We'll put signs out.
So what are they immunizing for? Is it just?
If you get your flu shot, you can go through your insurance. So they're coming up here. They have a list on the thing. We put it on the website.
It's county.
It's
used
county.
And insurance is accepted as under.
So it's a free service provided by the county, the city's not paying anything
It
for
is.
it.
We're not
They just
paying
come
anything.
here and-
We're just making it convenient for.
Yep.
Maybe one quick note, we've had a few complaints come to the city, 6 or 7 total, that we're sending out way too many notifications to our, now, I understand the intent when we first even talked about this, we were gonna get the sirens. I tried to get the sirens like Woodland Hills has, and as we looked into that, there was too many problems with outdated equipment, getting replacement, getting repairs, and the cost was astronomical. And then we came with this because emergency was the prime issue. We can't hear the siren, and so Parlon came forward, we brought them forward, they made the presentation, but we have far more complaints than 7. Well, we never hear anything. We don't know what's going on in the city. So we're trying to be judicious, but it would be foolish for us not to utilize a system that can inform the residents of basic functions within the city.
Can we have an opt-out if they wanna opt out from messages? I mean, is there a way
And the
that
new
we can
system is
set
going to
that
be
up?
so much nicer because you will be able to go on and say, I only want to be notified for emergency, for other stuff, you can opt out.
That will honestly silence
If,
those who.
Well, then you can choose how
But
many messages
you're
you
required to
wanna
go
get
on
from
there
that.
and opt.
Right.
it will
Okay, but as long
silence.
as it has that option,
Yes.
then.
It will silence those people if they will read the instructions to do it, because we're not going to. They're gonna have to become proactive to understand the system. We'll put the information out on our website and in the newsletter.
Awesome.
And so, we just hope that we wish more people We had someone call and complain because she didn't get notified. We had a phone number, but it wasn't accurate.
Yeah.
And she
You send a text to a landline, it won't work.
No, it won't.
You know,
They
you know,
don't
one
want them
thing, when I
meeting.
was reviewing these, that's the first time that I've really taken the time to look at the YouTube, the recording. But I was very impressed with, the clarity of that, plus picking up the conversation. It actually does a good job.
And
And
staying
attaboy
this late at night.
in line for that, yeah, and he does. I appreciate that. And there's no excuse for anyone in the city who wants to know what's going on. They can watch the whole, city council as far as if they want to.
We're done.
Okay?
We didn't make a-
Close, close.
Plus, we have an hour and a half.